what's cracking with you, man? It's your boy OGDoDirty in this thing. We about to have us a little cipher show. You see the title, it said, is YouTube real or fake? And it's the streets still the streets. That's what I want to know tonight. Let me go ahead and say what's up to everybody in here. Russell said smash that like button. Locksmith said hit that like button. Let's go. We got Ron in the building. We got Mayo in the building. Marcus is in the building. And yeah, we're going to get ignorant. That's a fact. You know what I'm talking about? You already know how to do it. Uncle Tom in the building. What's good? We should play boy. Let me go ahead and get this link dropped real quick before I start getting into these old videos. Let me make sure I pin it to my channel. Go over and do that now. All right, the link is pinned on the DoDirty side of the game. So if you want to come on the panel, just hit the link. I'll bring you on up when I see you come in the back. We got a couple of things that we're going to go over today. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things I want to run over. Just all different videos, nothing too long, just good questions. There's a lot of different things on YouTube. I'm really trying to see if we got first two guests to the building. B Ball and Mayo. It's good with you, B Ballin'. What's up with you,
good,
Mayo?
Man? How are you?
Ready to get this night started, dog.
What's up, man?
Nothing, chilling. So I was thinking, I seen so much stuff on YouTube today. I was like, I wonder if YouTube is fake, man. This shit is it must not be real. And then I seen some other shit that happened today, and I was like, man, is the streets still the goddamn streets, bro? Because some of this stuff, bro, I don't see on the internet, bro, it just don't be adding up. And I think people is playing. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they understand the severity, you know what I'm saying, of what they putting themselves in when they come online, you know what I'm saying? And the things that they say and the things that they do. Now, you got to move and walk how you act. And if you ain't about that action, then you ain't about shit. That's just the way I look at it. So we got a couple of things we're going to go over. At least 3 videos on YouTube and 3 videos on Is the Street Still Real? One of them is going to be JP. He's going to be is the YouTube real or fake? Got to bring up the JP because what I seen earlier was off the chain. Got another guest in the back. We got Marcus. What's good with you, Marcus?
yeah, let's get ignorant. What up, OG?
You know it.
Man, yo, we baller.
You know it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So let's go ahead and get into this first one. It's going to be D.L. Hughley and Shannon Sharpe. So this is the reason why I asked you, is YouTube real or fake? Because you got this D.L. Hughley, and he said some alarming things about Shannon Sharpe and the way Shannon Sharpe do business and everything else. I want to let you hear it. I don't want to take the words out of my mouth and then y'all use those. So I don't want to give you my opinion. I'm going to give you his opinion of what he think about Shannon Sharpe. Let me find this. Okay, hold up. Wait a minute. There it is. There we go. That's way better. And another guest coming to the panel. You can go off camera if you want to, Mama. How you doing, Mama?
Doing. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you.
Okay. She was giving you the cold shoulder.
Okay. I'm just not giving him the cold shoulder now. Y'all don't start no rumor like that.
I wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe me if he said you did it, Mama.
Good.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? I try to keep it real, and he dismissed. You just finished me, sir. You just finished me.
That's a whole fact. I know what Marcus is doing. I know when he's telling the truth too. You know what I'm talking about? He got to be serious. Yeah, he ain't serious right now.
Tell the truth.
That's all that.
It's all right though. It's late at night. It's okay.
Yeah, that's why I need him up here so I can get another ignorant person. I don't want to be the only ignorant person sitting up there.
Any truth that you refused to do Club Shay Shay?
Yes.
Was there a reason behind that?
Because I think that, and I've said this openly, I think that the reason that many of those men went on that show is because Skip on Shannon in a way that made most black men go, we're going to make sure this brother. But then those very men were now all of a sudden the subject of ridicule. And then an art form I loved was trotted out week after week because it was in vogue.
Mm-hmm.
And Shay Shay is a great platform, but it ain't the arbiter of truth. I ain't never known a club where they told the truth at. Like I ain't never known one club. Like it ain't a Bible. It became a thing where it was this arbiter of all that was wrong. Now I know everyone. I love Cat. I think Cat is an angel. I think he's one of the most talented human beings I've ever seen. I know Sid and Skip and Sid and Steve. I know Earthquake. I know all those men, and though I have a decidedly different experience with them, but I thought I thought in terms of my perspective of Club Shay Shay in its initial iteration, it's an art form I loved that now was being trotted out and splayed out, and I thought it was misrepresented. Like it would be like somebody telling you how basketball was. You know, I love this art form. Mm-hmm. It took me from places that I never thought I would go to sitting in front of kings and queens. So I have a different perspective of it. And I thought that to me was something that I just, that's why I draw the line at for me.
So what you guys thought about what he just said?
Yeah, no, I get where he's coming from. I get what he means, because I think before YouTube there was fake and real people outside of YouTube. It's just that YouTube is just another gateway or platform for them to do whatever they want to do, as far as their agenda or their business or
and you come over whenever you're ready to, wrestle.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but what art form is he talking about?
We got the power, bro.
When you said art form, I don't know. It could be like snake oil merchant, like an art of deception. Who knows? Art of, you know.
But it's an art form he respected, and he thinks Club Shay Shay is disrespecting. That's what I got out of it.
That's the same thing I got out of it. And the question I had. Oh, go ahead, B-Ball. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead, bro.
No. You go ahead. This is your show. You go.
No, I want to hear your opinion. That's the reason I asked the question, because I didn't understand what he was saying when he said an art form. So what about the art form has changed? Because I don't see no change in it.
But I think so. I don't think. I think D.L. Hughley does not like what Shay Shay represents, and what their platform is what it's become is like a little lounge area where you can gossip, and I don't think he likes the gossipiness of it. I think he thinks that these guys go out there and they just do it because it's in fashion, it's in vogue, and I think this is just D.L. Hughley saying, I just don't like this kind of an art form, which quite frankly I don't give a damn what D.L. Hughley likes. I mean, the internet is filled with all kinds of things he won't like, but I think he's just saying he's disappointed in Shannon Sharp.
Good assessment.
Very good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a really, really good assessment. I mean, even looking at, which is funny when you look at it, because even when he first got started on his show, he was rather salacious. When D.L. got started with his show, he was rather salacious, because he tried to bring that whole comedy shit into it, and then he tried to switch it up later on and do politics or whatever. But quite frankly, he's been just flagrant. Not to mention the fact that you would even judge Shannon Sharp in such a way when literally his entire career, at least being in the media wise, when he was with Skip, was what? Garnering attention and having very hard and loud conversation. Now, the fact that he's pulling in different people to have them, I like the whole lounge look. You know, when I think of Club Shay Shay, you know what I don't think of? The Shade Room.
That's a fact.
That's true. Yeah.
That's a fact.
or ate at the table.
Places that basically D.L. Hughley has been known to actually talk about.
See,
I respect what Shannon Sharp does.
I do too. Well, listen, I don't really vibe with it, but it's what people nowadays want to watch. And I think D.L. Hughley is of that old school mentality, and he doesn't like there's something new, that something's popular, that this I think he believed that this wouldn't even last.
Is it Cosby?
Yeah, he didn't think that this would ever last, and now that it has, he's just being a bitter, old, gray-haired, curmudgeon about this whole thing. I think he doesn't like.
Well, he
that.
thought he was a shit because he thought he was more like the Kings of Comedy type thing.
Yeah,
like he thought so. But Bernie Mac, rest in peace, was probably was the only good one there out of the whole bunch. To be honest, that I thought.
Not lying.
Not gonna lie, Bernie Mac was the best, and he kept it real. The Steve Harvey, you saw
Cedric was good.
Cedric was alright, but he wasn't on the level of Bernie Mac though. Like if Cedric is the second best though, Cedric would be the second best scare, but second best ain't first place. Right. And then D.L. Hughley and Sim Harvey, which I call him Sim Harvey or Pandering Harvey. You know how he went his route. And then clearly D.L. Hughley, and D.L. Hughley, to be honest, was like the least active or popular out of all the whole bunch. And you might see when he pops up on the screen and stuff, it's kind of like Darnell Rawlings with Dave Chappelle. And you saw what happened the other day over there when he was on his own comedy set.
Yeah, he got booed.
Yeah,
he bombed hard. He bombed hard as hell. Darnell Rawlings,
and I think Darnell's funny. I think Darnell's funny, but for him to say that the Dave Chappelle show, not to move the goalposts on this right now, but for him to say that, hey, the Dave Chappelle show wouldn't be like that if it wasn't for me on there either.
That's crazy.
That's
actually
a little
Larry?
Too. Yeah. He said that, bro. He said it verbatim. He said that show would not be as popping if he wasn't a part of it.
And one thing he never did sit there and say when they offered him the position after Dave left, he hopped right on it. He came online and said that, hell yeah, he'll take the position. Hell yeah, he'll do it. But they end up putting Wayne Brady in that spot.
And Wayne Brady killed it.
Yeah, and Darnell Rawlings was pissed off about it. That's why he went back and started doing stand-up comedy with Dave Chappelle. Like, cause he stopped for a minute because he was trying to do movies and shows because Dave was trying to get him on to do different things. And I think he was in a couple of movies, a couple of parts. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't nothing too serious, but it was like little cameos in movies. He did little one-parters type stuff. He wasn't a star of a movie, but he definitely they definitely offered him the position after Dave left to keep the show going, and he wanted to do it. But then they just said, we'll just bring Wayne Brady in because Wayne Brady is he's tried already. You know what I'm saying? They didn't put him in different places. They didn't put him on the Masked Singer. They didn't put him on the dancing show. Every show they put this dude on, he gives.
Whose line is it anyway?
Well,
he bring numbers.
I was gonna say, literally, you can market Wayne Brady to white people.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Now, a lot of white people still don't know who Darnell Rawlings is. But even internationally, even in the European, they know who Wayne Brady is.
Even old people. He's now on that show. What is that? What is that show? That game show where?
I can't believe I can't. No.
No, that was an old show.
The Price is Right.
Not just The Price is Right. Before that, he was on that one where you the people in the crowd are like dressed like clowns and shit.
Oh, the Masked Singer.
On the tip of my.
No.
Man, he sung on that show. He hosted this show. I know what show B Baller talking about. I just can't remember the damn name of it.
That's for old people, man. That's and he did it, and people loved him on that. What's the name of that show? Let's Make a Deal with it? No,
Let's Make a Deal with somebody else.
No, nigga. Wait a minute.
Let's Make a Deal with Howie Mandel.
Yes, it was Howie.
Hold on, Wayne.
It ain't Deal or No Deal. That wasn't it, wasn't it?
No, that was Howie.
That was Howie Mandel.
No, Wayne Brady hosted a show called Let's Make a Deal. Absolutely. On CBS.
CBS.
There you go. That's the one.
Oh, you're right. Howie did Deal or No Deal.
Deal or No Deal. Yeah. So Let's Make a Deal is a show that happens on CBS, which is notorious for having nothing but old people watching it. He gets old, white. It doesn't matter. You can market Wayne Brady to any and everyone. You just can. And that's what you can't. You can't do the same thing with DL Hughley. And I think right now DL Hughley is a little bit pissed off. Well, not a little bit pissed off. He's reaching. He's searching for more people to watch his show. And what you got to do, you got to cut down Shannon Sharp a little bit, so you can grab maybe some of the people who are either disaffected by him or just don't like him. And I just think it's silly. It's silly, man. This is the internet. All kinds of shit goes on the internet. Let that man eat.
If DL was as great as he thought he was, then he wouldn't have been able to flop so badly when it came to the Daily Show when they were trying to replace Trevor Noah.
Oh yeah,
talk about Trevor fucking Noah.
Like, keep in mind, compared to how DL was up there, we had what's his face, Charlemagne up there more than he was.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to go back to this point that Mayo made. When he first spoke, he was talking about DL Hughley when DL Hughley was talking about the stuff that he do. You know what I'm saying? Basically, I was thinking that DL Hughley does the same thing that Shannon does. He just doesn't do it. He doesn't do it in the same capacity. And I think that he's mad because Shannon was getting way more numbers, because everything DL Hughley was talking about on his morning show, radio show, was basically the same thing that they talked about. He talked about sports. He talked about politics. He talked about relationships. Yeah, he talked about just gossip in the regular streets, because this is a radio show. Y'all know how radio shows work. They talk about that and everything, and then they throw music and stuff into it. So Shannon and them might not do the music side, but they do, him and Ocho and Shannon Sharp by himself. When he had people on there, he gives an array of questions to where he can go through everything with a person. You see what I'm saying? And DL Hughley used to do interviews on his show. If y'all ain't never seen the DL Hughley show with him and the chick and Uncle Jeff and all them niggas, it was early in the morning. They used to come on YouTube's and they used to have their own, I think it was 93.7 or something like that they used to be on. And they used to have a radio show. He used to have interviews and stuff. He was doing basically the same thing that Tom Warner was doing. The dude that be doing the cruises and shit, and he's known in Dallas and other places. The same person that got Steve Harvey started in the business, Ricky Smiley. And again, you know, he runs with Steve Harvey and Ricky Smiley and the rest of them. So all them type of dudes got them type of shows. I just think that he's hating, or he don't like the fact that Shannon is doing
better than him.
Yeah, and putting better in better light, because he's not a comedian. He don't supposed to be funny. You notice that, like, people who come out here and do these type of shows, they don't supposed to be funny. They just got funny content. Like Shannon says some stuff that's funny, and it goes, you know what I'm saying, goes kind of viral. So DL Hughley said a lot of different stuff, and it don't never go viral like this. So I think it's a lot to go along with why he's saying the stuff that he's saying, and why he don't like Shannon Sharp. And then I don't think Shannon ever offered him to come on to the Shay Shay show. But he have got Steve and Cedric Entertainer, Ricky Smiley, you know,
Cat Williams.
Yes,
Cat
but he never, I don't think he ever offered DL Hughley that chance to come on the show. So I think it's some type of, you know what I'm saying, envy towards Shannon Sharp.
So here's the thing too, right? If I could add, OG. So like Shannon, right? Because Shannon himself, everybody knows him when he played football, right? But then where he really blew up too was when he was working on the NFL Network. His personality was a little bit different compared to the other guys, right? And then he got that NFL on Fox. He did work over there. And then he blew up. Where he really blew up too was Undisputed with Skip Bayless. That's where he really blew the hell up even more post NFL career, and, you know, being in the Hall of Fame and stuff like that.
That's good with Josh.
You know, so, you know, being on the Undisputed for the years that he did, and then once he went solo, that became itself, you know, big as well. You know, and then he had the backing like Lil Wayne with the intro music. He had other people that he did the connections and networking with. Then he did his own Laportier drink. So that, you know, I haven't seen DL Hughley do stuff like that. So that's just to further prove the point. Like, you know, a lot of this stuff too that he's getting, because he's getting other endorsement sponsorships as he's talking throughout the show, along with Chad Ochocinco and other guest people that he has on there. And he's sticking with the times more. I don't think DL Hughley really stuck with the times when it came to using social media for to its fullest extent, as compared to Shannon Sharp did, you know, in my opinion.
Yes and no. The only time DL really used it, from what I saw, was only when it turned political. Outside of himself for really garnering anything else, I didn't see that much of it.
Exactly, but notice how Shannon Sharp, along with whoever he was hosting with, working with, whether it was Skip Bayless, or whether it was Chad, he used all that to his advantage.
Agreed.
Along with his whatever team he has, they're doing something right, man. Because the fact that his Club Shay Shay thing blew up a lot quicker, and then the numbers that Undisputed pulled, and then Shannon Sharp's numbers are pulling now. Club Shay Shay and all that, the Patreon and stuff like that, and all his brand, his merchandise, all that kind of stuff, and all his other endeavors. So that he's using it to his full extent, I think, in my opinion.
Hey, OG, you notice the run on the litter is in the chat?
I haven't even.
Sir, I'm talking about Joshua.
Oh, okay, yeah. I see. He can hit the link and come on up, man. Josh, know he welcome over here, brother from another mother, man. Can't wait till he get back stateside. You know what I'm talking about? He need to go ahead and come back to the country, the U.S. of A. You know what I'm talking about? Yes, sir.
So,
DL Hughley just sounds petty.
He is. And what Butterfly is saying, I think, is the realest shit though of all of this. We all know that we can see that he seems petty, but I think his pettiness or it's his pettiness has to be from when Cat Williams came on the show and said what he said about that whole crew. That Cat Williams thing, it cut a bunch of those old heads.
Yeah.
Right. And we don't see much of Cedric out there. You don't see much of what's his name? Not Steve Harvey. Steve. Is it Steve Harvey? Yeah, Steve Harvey. We don't see much of Steve Harvey out there up there much anymore. But DL Hughley is still a prominent person in these social media streets with his show, and he's looking at Shay Shay. He's looking at Shannon Sharpton, and Shannon Sharpton is getting top-notch guests who are not only willing to come up there, but to spill the damn tea on these old heads. And I think that stung him. That stung him so deep.
Yeah.
Can we?
Shannon Sharp's got the history in sports that people want to hear about.
Well, yes, when he talks about sports, especially when he's doing it with Ocho, but I don't even know if that's the part that DL's hitting with. But DL's not paying attention to the fact that he's also tanked his own reputation by backing people and then going up against them. Like when it comes to his relationship with him and Monique, there's been so much backlash between the both of them. Like,
yes,
it's hard to trust.
Yeah, that Monique thing.
Yeah, because he was at first he was on her side. Then after Steve said what he said to her, because I think DL Hughley was on her side, and then Monique went on Steve Harvey's show, and Steve Harvey tried to check her ass about it. And then after that, DL Hughley went on. He stayed on Steve's side, and he just went in on Monique on this show. But again, that's on his own show. You see what I'm saying? Like, everything is done, and everything Reza is saying is done by himself. Like, ain't nobody else doing this to you, bro. You self-sabotaging yourself, and you do it on your own show, but you mad at another man's show for being big up. And y'all heard what he said. It seemed like when Shannon and Skip got into it, it seemed like all the men picked up for Shannon. But what he don't realize is, to a point that Marcus and B Baller made earlier, Shannon Sharp was already popping before then. Do anybody remember the 50-50? Do anybody remember the goddamn what was it? They used to have an NFL show where they follow the damn teams throughout the season. People fell in love with Shannon Sharp and
Hard Knocks.
Oh yeah,
Hard Knocks. Nigga, that's why I was about to say him and
women on the show and everything.
The linebacker. I can't think of his name. Ray Lewis.
Ray Lewis.
Oh, Ray Lewis.
With them two dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like, they was the talk of ESPN. Everybody.
I want my restitution. You know.
Exactly.
But that's also the difference.
Ray Lewis, he has some really good motivational shit. Don't do that to him. Don't do that to him.
But that's the other thing, is Shannon Sharp attracts white people to his show.
That's
not just black people, white people, Hispanic people, all people can actually look and watch them.
Right, and that's something that DL Hughley not only can't do, but he refuses to do. That man will not do it
because he only cares about the black side. What Shannon Sharp brings energy into every different community.
Right. So when you don't want to say that you're the problem, what do? You go after somebody else and say that their platform, their method, their formula is the problem. Because that's
But why he
what you
didn't
do.
go after nobody else, be balling? Why he didn't go after somebody, bro? My thing is, why you going after the person, bro, with the
It's
who's
easy
growing
target.
at a rate? Look,
Because
so
it's an easier target. I think that Cat Williams thing is what did it.
I don't think
yeah,
he is.
but
I don't
Shannon
think
Sharp
he's a
is the
target.
big target right now too.
Yeah,
it's going to
Yeah.
get most people talking about him.
Honestly, DL could have gone after a lot of different people. Because a lot of people talked about this whole thing when it came to Cat Williams. A lot of big people. Let's be honest. He also got targeted not only because Shannon is popping right now, but on top of that, he's black.
Yeah, but so it's my belief that what Cat, like, because we talked about that whole Cat Williams interview for months.
For a while.
So that what happened on that show stung deep, and it exposed a lot of people. And if you notice, and who Marcus even said, when you start thinking of the kings of comedy, only two really come out that you really thought were great. Obviously, Bernie Mac was the king of comedy. After that, though, you might say Cedric the Entertainer, but everybody else, they're afterthoughts. Nobody cares about Steve Harvey. Nobody cares about DL Hughley. And I used to think DL Hughley was funny, but lately he's insufferable.
DL Hughley is the Wanda Sykes.
The reason why he's insufferable is because he started injecting himself into politics, and Steve stayed out of it.
Yep.
Steve stayed popular with women because he started talking about relationships.
Yep.
Politics will do it to you. I'm telling you, it's going to happen to Stephen A. Smith soon too. It's what's going to kill these.
You're right. You're absolutely right about that.
Kill them all.
But here's the thing, though. If you guys paid attention, though, when Shannon Sharp, when it's certain controversial takes that were just happen to be his opinion, they're not really controversial. It's the people that are on the left side and the Democrats that are like people that are on liberal leaning that kind of went towards him because of certain opinions that he has or certain beliefs that he has and certain takes that he has. And so those are the sides that got more triggered with him as opposed to the right wing and conservative side.
Honestly, I don't think that's much of a bit. I don't think that's even really much of a problem, Marcus, to be honest with you, because of the whole thing that. And here's the funny part about it: because he's already been known to quote, and I'm doing air quotes, address controversy or address contention, like the whole Skip thing. The fact that he even showed that he wants to have a stance, and even still have to say that at the end of the day, I hope Skip does well. Says much about him, because at the end of the day, he still had a good enough fan base to still back him up. The problem with somebody like DL is that if you're gonna be in the game of being politics, you need to hit everybody across the board. You can't just say you're repping one side. Can't.
Yeah, I kind of disagree with the whole political takes, right? Because it's just a wave system. It doesn't really matter. If you're a talk show host or an athlete or something, it really doesn't matter your political takes one way or the other. One day you might be on the winning side. Next day you might be on the losing side. It just goes back and forth. What it appears to be is that everybody that we tend to watch, or at least we grew up watching, had skeletons in their closet. Example, Steve Harvey. The only reason he really took a nasty hit was because he went into relationships and it came out that he had affairs on all three of his wives. And what he ended up doing was blaming his wives, which pissed off the women. It just hit him. This is the thing. We look at people and we think that people don't have skeletons in their closet. I have yet to meet a single person that does not have some nasty skeletons in their closets. Question is when it comes out and what it comes out about. That's simple. It's not a problem.
I don't think anybody said that though. I don't think anybody's denying that here though.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's not a problem with them. It's a problem with us. We think everybody we run into or like is some innocent bastard. We're all guilty of some weird shit.
Well,
That's not how I think. That is not how the fuck I think.
We've all learned that. Think about it. But prior to when the internet really started getting popped off, everybody was hanging on the fact of what celebrity was thinking about whatever when it came to politics. Now we're like, we wish you guys would not have an opinion because you guys are all idiots. That just tells you how much the time shifted on that.
Oh yeah, now that you can hear what they say in their own voices,
right?
You realize they're just dumb,
right?
Any of us gonna like take Steve Harvey? Are we gonna actually blame Steve Harvey for having like a large access to women and banging around? Would any of us do any fucking different? Same thing with the athletes.
Depends.
They get married, they do whatever the fuck they got. They have fucking huge ass contracts. Like they have access to stuff that we don't have access, plus popularity. We gonna do anything different than they would do?
Depends what you mean by that.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know. Let's say I'm an athlete. I got $40 million a year contract kind of thing, right? I'm popular, I guess, because of athleticism, whatever sport it is, right? Women fucking just taking their panties off and throwing them at me, right? Am I going to not cheat on my wife?
I'm not going to. I don't know about you. I wouldn't.
Well, that
I'm
depends
probably
because
going to do
if I have more to lose, I don't think I'd do that. I would probably either not be married
Sir,
or
it's 40 million.
you stay single.
Then why
Stay
is
single.
40 million a
Then
year.
why is it these athletes are getting
Yeah, exactly.
fucking
So I
married,
stay single. If I don't want to risk
divorced,
losing it in a freaking divorce.
So here's the
Yeah.
deal. I wouldn't do it. I
And then on
wouldn't do it.
top of that,
Here's the-
it's like a smart man learns from his mistakes, a wise man learns through others.
So
Wait,
Joshua, I wouldn't do it.
Just from
But
what
I'll
you,
say
just from what
this.
you said, Marcus, just from what you said, think about it this way. Bill Gates got divorced, right? He literally said, even on Stephen Colbert on show in the late night, he said if he gave away over 90% of his income, he would still have 1.3 billion left.
Yeah, but that's him though. Why would I do that? Why would I go for that high fucking risk? Like, why would I lose 90% of it?
because
For some
as
for
you
some
level
people,
up,
there is, yeah, but here's the thing about it, because we can say it for people who never really had this kind of money, but I heard it all the time. After a certain amount of money, you don't think about it anymore. You don't calculate it. Because
Okay, we're getting off on
even if you had
subject
a-
here,
even
but
if
I'm
you had a-
jumping in.
I mean, you could blame Josh and
That's
Rez
okay.
as well.
I'm willing to jump in on this, but go ahead.
No, go ahead,
my
Habib.
point-
Go ahead.
No,
my
go ahead, Russ.
point-
I want you to finish. I want to jump in.
No,
on this.
I would just say that after a certain amount of money, you don't think about it anymore.
Okay,
Because
so
even if there was a settlement, you still have enough to still do very well. That's all.
And my
Yeah.
explicit point is every damn one of us will do what the next person will do if given those situations.
you got to stop
Statistically
saying that
speaking.
because that's not.
Yeah, that's not the truth, Josh.
we
No
all
offense.
talking about we moral
You-
people,
No,
except
listen.
No,
for
it's not about morals. It's about the long game.
So anybody that knows me here knows that I've had a wife. I've been married for 30 years. I like to believe that I wouldn't do that. So I'm going to say that I wouldn't. I'm not going to just assume that because everyone else does it that I would. I would like to assume that I wouldn't. And I believe that I wouldn't. So before I say that if we all were in that position, I'm going to say I won't. With that being said, I don't care that anyone else does it. That's their prerogative. So that's the non-hypocrite in me. I can say that I would like to believe. Again, I've been married. I've been with my wife for 30 years. I've known her since I was in high school. So I can say that I wouldn't, or I don't think I would. Right?
So then-
Again, who knows if I got millions of dollars?
Yep,
I'm not going to say
that
it
part.
absolutely
Sir,
couldn't happen.
so
Sir,
then
when I
take
get rich,
this-
I'm gonna offer you the money.
take that take
And I
that
wouldn't risk
perception-
losing all the empire. I wouldn't risk building that empire that I built just for something so quickly either. It's like, come on
Okay,
now.
well, take that perception of what you would not do. Now apply it to the people that you watch on TV
Okay, that's
or
fair.
on talk shows or
Right.
whatever. Do you
Right.
think that you and them are in the same ball game?
No, but what you said
never
is
said
if
we
I were
were.
in their
We
position,
never said
you're
we were.
guaranteed. Wait a
Judge
minute.
them though.
No,
But
I'm
that
not.
wasn't
I
what
just
he
said I
said, Josh.
didn't. I
That
said I
wasn't-
wouldn't.
that
But what
wasn't-
I'm
that
saying
wasn't
is
conscious what he said.
we got to stop
He
saying that if
literally
every
told me-
one of us were in that position, we would do
Yeah,
it. I
don't know
wouldn't.
me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
His situation, if he was in that situation, he would not do it based on the concept that he's literally been with his woman since, god damn, they both took off their own diapers together.
Damn right.
That's true.
Hands
That's
up.
true.
Camera.
That's true.
And you know what? I'll be changing hers when she's old. Okay, so let's. I'm prepared for
Exactly.
this stuff.
And they'll end up in the end changing each other's diapers.
That's a fact.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking
That's
about.
beautiful.
Yep.
That's
So
beautiful.
I'm not saying you're wrong, Joshua. I'm just saying that
Yeah.
I think we hear it a lot on the
No,
internet.
I'm not
We would
saying.
all-
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying, Josh, that what you're saying is incorrect about some people out there, maybe half of people.
even
but it's
most,
say-
even most.
Yeah, maybe even most, But I don't know, man. It just, for me, I like to separate myself from
No,
I
I
think
am
I'm not a
thoroughly
follower.
convinced 95%, at least 95% of the population would do the immoral thing if given the chance.
You might be right. I mean, I would like to give the benefit of the doubt that
based
there were
on,
less people that would
but
do
that's also based on age, maturity, that kind of thing.
Yep.
Steve
The shit
Harvey
I did
was
at
fucking,
18, I wouldn't do today.
Isn't Steve Harvey
That
like
part.
fucking damn near 70 now?
Yeah, but Steve Harvey also sold out years ago too, just to stay relevant.
Everybody generally does. That's the point, right? They're in a
Right.
position of different resources than say we have. I don't have
there's-
fucking money.
Well, apparently to Dale Healy, he didn't sell out.
But hold on. There's also the Denzel Washingtons out there who I would assume is faithful. If nothing's come out about him, I'm going to assume he's faithful until otherwise said. So there are people out there that don't. And I don't know what the percentages are, but we can name some that don't. We can name people that have been married for plenty and haven't done anything. Not everybody is a Bill Cosby. Not everybody is a Steve Harvey.
Well, okay, so we'll go
We're
back
also
to
not
it's really
we're not arguing morals here either.
Exactly.
well, no, well, that's because we don't all have the same standard, right? Like, what somebody would consider right or wrong for one person, next person probably not going to care about. But this idea is that skeletons that exist in people's closets, and these are the things that we judge people by. At least when we're talking about, like, say, the YouTube streets or famous people on the internet or the TV shows, whatever the hell you want to call them, right? We think these people, Denzel's got some fucking skeletons in his closet too. It might not be an affair, right? But he's got some shit in his closet too.
Stop
I mean, that
looking
could
behind Denzel's
yeah.
fences.
I mean, that could be said about like for anybody maybe too. Like,
Pretty
you know, for example,
much.
like a first amendment auditor to like a cop or something like that. You know, that could be said the same thing over there.
She said an auditor.
Yeah,
Yeah, like a first amendment auditor to a cop type thing. You know,
that comes down to I guess the topic is it real or not? Is the shit that we see on shows, whether it's on YouTube, I'm actually including YouTube talk shows, movies, athletes, whatever, putting them on. Are they real or not?
Is that what you're going for, OG?
is that the basis of this, OG?
Yeah.
I mean, he was going to go towards that when it got to after we got questions and shit asked. But yeah, basically, because that nigga, well, basically what he's saying is, because let me just let you see, because we didn't get to finish the clip off, right? So we stopped it, and I just brought it to the back so we can have a conversation about it. But you'll see here in a minute what he's going to say.
We cannot hear it, sir.
Yeah, we can't hear OG.
Yeah, it's called volume up.
No, it's not that. It's I didn't have the volume on the what you call it in the back. There we go back. There it is.
Or a horse, and we never got none of them.
Right.
But to me, there are things that I spark to agree with, like or dislike. I don't know. I think that what he's doing, he was actually my favorite football player. But I think the iteration of that, the way that came about, and the harm I saw it caused people I love, and an art form I love, made me go, you know what? That's not a thing I need to do.
I know comedy, like sports, has always been a competitive space, but now I feel like there's more beef.
But that's not a listen. The Kings of Comedy was at one point was the greatest tour that ever existed.
Yo, the spot.
I told you he was gonna bring it up. He was gonna bring it up.
Oh yeah, dude. And that was your heyday. Fucking enjoy it.
That's crazy. You know what? This is really like this whole comedy going into talking about people who are on podcasts is no different from the whole basketball players that once wanted to be rappers and rappers that want to be basketball players. Like, stop it. You're too old for this shit.
Yeah, no shit.
Stop it.
How long ago was the Kings of Comedy?
Facts.
Shit, like 25, 30 years ago at least.
That was its heyday.
That's fucking crazy.
I mean,
but that's all he has to
because the
hold on
Comedy
to.
Channel doesn't even fucking exist in that form anymore.
But so to Josh's point, when he's saying he comes from the Kings of Comedy, he sees that as something real, something that was tangible, something he touched on, something he built on every time. That's why he can say Shannon Sharpe was his favorite player. But once you come into a field, because he think that since he left, you know, he's been in the radio for a long time. which is the media space. And since Shannon didn't move out of the media space and Shannon was his favorite player, again, it's not the same to him. You know what I'm saying? He don't see it the same. So will it be real?
Now, I'm gonna say
fake?
I'm gonna say something controversial, OG. The kings of comedy only matter to people who are black. Because when they talk about the kings of comedy, you know who's not mentioned? DL. If we had to talk about who picked somebody who's the king of comedy, regardless of what race you are, it would be Dave Chappelle. And not for nothing, even though Dave Chappelle's not really going up that much, especially because this whole last year that he was up against, people are talking about Andrew Schultz. But when you talk about someone who's known all over to be liked by a lot of people, it's not DL.
No.
But he's holding on to something that somebody of a segment of a show being made is just labeled the Kings of Comedy. Who actually crowned him as one of the Kings of Comedy? It was a segment of the show during a time that was limited. No one had to tell Dave Chappelle that he was one of the best. It was already known by his numbers.
Yeah.
Well, that's
didn't matter what race you were.
That's the truth.
And it's just old. I mean, 2000.
Hey, so Butterfly says Dave Chappelle's stand-up was too white. Who's the majority of the country, sir?
God forbid you cater to the fucking largest portion of the population.
Who's the majority of the country?
Yeah, probably that.
And here's the thing about the Dave Chappelle show. All fucking ethnic backgrounds of people that watched Dave Chappelle thought that shit was hilarious in general.
Oh yeah,
all of them.
And it honestly, it just included white people. It didn't favor them. It just included them.
And Dave Chappelle was willing to do.
Everybody.
Chappelle was willing to do. Yes.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Yes. He talked about. Listen. When Dave Chappelle put on that white face for Donald Trump, that costume on when he put that Donald Trump when he put on that rhetoric or that white face, whatever, that shit was hilarious. But yet white people didn't cry saying, "Hey, oh, that's colorism and that's racist." They didn't say anything bad about it. They thought that shit was hilarious.
Listen, Marcus, I didn't hear any white people lose their shit when he did Tyrone Bixby.
Exactly.
None.
Well, there was only maybe like a few liberal that got triggered or some shit maybe or less like Democrats maybe.
Their ass off, but they didn't say that.
Yeah.
They didn't say it out loud, but even they were laughing at ass my white power.
Yeah. Bro, when he did that Negan skit with Walking Dead, that shit was one of my favorites of all time.
Come on now. So Butterfly, I'm sorry. The people who sold out the Kings of Comedy were black folks.
Yep.
Because why? It was a niche project.
And come on, Spike Lee fucking was the director and producer. Come on.
Now, what you mean when you mean sold out? You mean just bought the tickets? So
it was made for them.
It was made for them.
Yeah. I get that. I get that part. I did because look. So one thing we can say about the Kings of Comedy, bro, is that even though it was made for the blacks, bro, it was one of the most prolific shows, bro, that you can even say came out, bro. They pushed that around the country for almost a year and a half before they even taped it, bro. And when they did tape it, it hit and it blew the hell up in all around the United States to all black. So that part right there can be, but I don't think it resonated with other people. You know what I'm saying? And that I didn't have no problem with it. You know what I'm saying? Because there's other people, again, that people want to forget. Like my favorite comedian from a white dude was Ralphie May. Most people don't know nothing about Ralphie May. You know what I'm saying?
Is he mainly known by black people?
No, but see, when you're talking about a comedy tour, then you're talking about something way different because nobody said what y'all saying is something way different from what I'm seeing, because I seen Larry the Cable Guy and the rest of those guys go out. One of my favorite people on there was it happened to them the same way it happened to the Kings of Comedy, but nobody talk about it. Who was the fiercest person on that comedy tour with Larry the Cable Guy, Jeff Foxworthy, and all the rest of them?
Larry the Cable
Guy. White.
Exactly. Mama, the right person. Mama said it was Ron White.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they used to try to make this dude go first and he go second. They switched it up, bro, and they found out, bro, that you got to make the nigga go last because
Yeah, they
Foxworthy
eventually
gonna come
butchered
in. He
him
gonna,
out of the show.
yeah, bro, the same thing they try to do to Bernie.
Yeah.
Because when you go up there killing, bro, it's the trifecta, but it still happens to both sides. There's nothing changing on it. You know what I'm saying? Even if you want to say how many black folks did you see over at the at that comedy tour with Larry the Cable Guy and them? That was predominantly white. Everybody in there was white. Every time I watched one, it was all white. Even the ones I looked at, I videotape. We had on videotape. We used to get the DVD man to, you know what I'm saying, hook us up with them. That's how I found out about Which Did You.
Did you?
Did you bring your truck with you? Did you? Like he say stuff. It was funny as shit. But it's the same thing. It's the same thing that the Kings of Comedy went through.
The fact that you have this guy still talking about Kings of Comedy, right? When literally you can say that you did very good. You did good at an auditorium. You know what you didn't have? A stadium. You're not Dave Chappelle, and you're damn for sure are not Kevin Hart. You're damn for sure
you're not Eddie Murphy or Richard Pryor.
Wait, or
even Chris Rock.
No, not yeah, Chris Rock did it, but
Chris
also
Tucker.
No, I didn't even think about Chris Tucker, but damn, we just mentioned him. The small guy.
Hart.
No. I don't know
Damn.
why I'm drawing a blank on his name. Cat Williams.
Cat.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
There are
Cat.
so many people that are better than you. And your only reason why you're holding on to this title, DL, is because the word Kings is in it.
Well,
that's it.
And D.L. Hughley switched to a lot of political, right? And on the left. And guess what? The left doesn't find anything funny. They will find a way to be offended by anything.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna throw the entire left field. Maybe some progressives, right? But there's some left leaning fucking comedians out there.
Majority. I'd say maybe majority. Like how you kind of like how you said earlier, Judge. Majority.
John Stewart.
Give me them. Oh well, John Stewart's not even really doing anything anymore. Because if he really wanted to turn his whole daily show around, he could. Motherfucker said, I'm only going to do this once a week. If he really wanted to turn his shit around, he could.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know many.
Again, he got old and lazy. Because if you want to talk about somebody who's still pumping out more shows than him, it would still be Bill Maher.
Yes, Bill Maher is, yes.
Yeah, and he's moving right.
Yeah, Maher was leftist. George Carlin, he was a leftist.
Carlin.
I mean, there was some pretty brand names out there. I think we're talking about like, modern day progressives or some shit like that. I really hate to throw the left on there. There's a lot of good.
But so that's the thing. You knew that they were lefties because of the way they spoke in their comedy. Most comedians, you don't really know whether they're lefties. So when somebody says they don't have a sense of humor, you can pinpoint 3-4, like a small handful that definitely show that they're leftists.
Most comedians don't touch politics.
They don't do that. Correct.
You know which one was the best comedy sets? You know which one of the best comedy sets to actually watch to get some genuine non-left shit and actually make it authentically comedian is the Kill Tony show. You watch the Kill Tony show. You watch the Kill Tony show, no filter. They don't give a shit. They're not gonna coddle your feelings, and shit's gonna be funny as shit. If it don't apply, let it fly, and they literally will let it fly off the handles if they want to.
Oh, it has flew off the handles. But you got people that ring it back, like Joe Rogan. You got people that come on there like Ron White that'll ring it back. People that come on there, Davis Lucas and Tony himself. Them dudes is all unspoken.
And you know what I like about that show, OG? It gives all the up-and-comers a chance to shine, bro.
Yeah, but you got to have a certain type of comedy too. You gotta admit that too, Marcus. Like if your comedy ain't they type of comedy, bro, because if you bring somebody over there, bro, like a Craig Smith or, you know what I'm saying, Boo Capone, then you might not get the same type of, you know what I mean?
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm trying to point at is when Kyle Tony set up what they set up, they knew what they were going to do when they were going to go on massive tours. And when they had people that were going to give them the chances to those 3 minutes, those 5 minutes on that mic, give it your chance to shine. And people from there, depending who you were that funny. Cam Patterson blew up. Dave Montgomery kind of guy blew up.
He sure did.
Those guys blew up, and you don't really know about them. Maybe you have seen them on an Instagram post or video, maybe, but that was it. Other than that, you didn't really know who the hell they were. And then when they had their chances to shine on those platforms, Tony Hinchcliffe, you had the guy from what's that guy's name again? From the he's from the Happy Gilmore Madison Productions. He's one of the actors. Blonde guy. He plays like a really funny, awkward character. I can't remember the guy's name. You have the other guy, the chick. What's the chick's name again? The freaking Whitney Cummings, which I don't really find as funny, but she's funnier than most of the women, female comedians, in my opinion. Shit like that. So, all these guys, they got the chance to shine, and even the guys that already had a platform, already a name, and they were able to blow the rocket off that roof, man.
Everybody don't take that opportunity as much as they do, bro. They don't want to go over there and switch their comedy up and do different things. But yeah, D.L. Hughley, I just think he hating on Shannon. He don't need to, bro, because Shannon ain't really, like I said, it's a lot to go into that politics, bro, especially when you not offering certain people to come on your show and how people feel. I could just assume that them dudes he pretty pissed off that he got everybody else in his tenure, which is the people he came up with, you know what I'm saying? Everybody done been on there but him. So that can be an underlying thing too.
There's a reality hitting D.L. Hughley, which is that he's becoming irrelevant.
Becoming?
Yeah. Well, a lot of people his age are going to be dying off soon anyhow. He's going to have nothing. So when I say becoming, I mean after they're gone, who really knows of or cares about D.L. Hughley? He knows it. There's a reality that is happening. And when you have a guy like Cat Williams, who is a rival, go on Shannon Sharp's show and dog walks everybody from the Kings of Comedy, basically, or dog walks everybody except Bernie Mac, then it becomes like dire for him. And that's why he's lashing out. And a lot of careers were made from Kings of Comedy. What do we really know Steve Harvey from except the Apollo, Showtime at the Apollo before Kings of Comedy? Like, we knew who Bernie Mac was, but what did you know about D.L. Hughley? He had some stand-up, but that was it. What did we know about Cedric the Entertainer? Well, Cedric had some movies. Cedric was.
Well, be honest with you, a lot of people didn't even know really that much about Steve Harvey until really his TV show, which really by adjacent you got wow, you just said his fucking name. I'm drawing blanks on names today.
Cedric.
What the fuck? Like, what's happening?
Cedric was on his show too, but even when before him and Cedric even got that show and did that show, Steve was trying to become one of the most popular comedians at the time. He was on a tour with Mark Carey at the time.
Yeah. Mark Carey.
Carey was that's when he had his show hanging with Mr. Cooper, and then he said that after while he had his show on hanging with Mr. Cooper, that nigga Steve went behind his back and went to another company, and you know what I'm saying, basically, you know what I'm saying, just was like, hey, I want to be a teacher, but I don't want to be a football or basketball, you know what I'm saying, star, nothing like that. I want to be a music star, and I have a best friend, but instead of being a female, he gonna be a guy, and we're gonna do this certain type of TV show like this. And he said he basically stole hanging with Mr. Cooper and turned it into, you know what I'm saying, what him and Cedric and Regina did over there. So you look at that too, you know what I'm saying, he was still in the comedy world, but he wasn't at the peak where he wanted to be at. And every time that something came up, like the Kings of Comedy or a movie or anything like that, you notice he never was the draw.
Yeah. I never had. So the thing about that is just a media thing. I never had a problem with people. I don't have a problem with people who steal content from other shows, so long as when you spin it off, you have a way of making it your own. Because not for nothing, Home Improvement, All According to Jim, these are all spin-offs of other shows. You can find many shows that do exactly like that. The only show I can really tell you that annoys the living shit out of me that I don't really find to be the same is Friends. And I think that show has done so much damage. psychologically. Most people don't even realize it.
I didn't even watch it. The Office was awesome.
The Office hit, man. The Office hit.
If I could find that damn 1,120 man, that's on there hit, nigga.
Oh, and the Office was.
You picked the one where he starts crying at the end. God damn, OG.
Pick the bitch episode.
I mean, the best thing about the Office is it wasn't trying to make anybody happy.
No, that's what you love about The Office. That's why that's gonna go on for a while. Like we saw the whole Seinfeld thing that happened for a while. We watched the Friends.
Yep.
The Office is gonna be there for a while because it was so diverse.
Oh, and Parks and Rec came out after that. It was actually pretty good
And
too.
if you guys remember,
Parks and Rec
during the pandemic, the top 2 shows that were the most watched was Office and Friends.
I canceled my Netflix when Netflix stopped carrying it. Absolutely, I used to watch it. We got.
I got Peacock. I got Peacock just to watch football and watch The Office.
Nah, I got the DVD set and plus you can watch it other ways. So I don't.
This man said living single. Stop your ish, butterfly.
Oh my goodness.
I know he said it a while ago. He said it. I was gonna wait till someone you said it.
No.
Got that thing.
Living Single. There was also. I mean, there were other shows like that. Oh, Living Single. Oh, that's right. Living Single. There was there's actually a dispute with Living Single where they said that idea came from them before Friends happened. Friends, they made Friends, even though Living Single, they canceled Living Single and they made Friends. I remember something about this.
I did hear that. But it was you know what? Yeah, it makes sense though. It came first. It did.
It came first and they canceled it, and then suddenly Friends came out.
Yeah.
And the whole crew was pissed.
Yeah, I ain't never heard that. That was my first time hearing that.
Yeah, no, that
it makes sense now that I'm hearing it. Yeah, you're right.
You guys are barely knowing about that right now?
Yeah, I ain't know nothing about that shit. I ain't watched that show.
Yeah, but the first episode of Living Single was 93.
To know about
the first episode of Friends was 94.
No, actually, Friends was that. No, Friends. I think wasn't Friends
came later.
No, Friends was like 93, 94.
Yeah, Living Single was out.
But the point with Living Single is they saw that they had a working formula, and suddenly out of nowhere it got canceled, and then everybody was pushing towards making Friends work, and it pissed them off because they actually had a black show that was popular,
that was making work. Yeah, it was work.
And then they take that formula and they applied it to a white show, which. Now those people that were in that show are making tons of money just from in syndicate.
On the royalties alone.
On the royalties.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Rest in peace, Matthew Perry.
Yeah, but Living Single was a popular black show with black people.
Right.
Friends was a popular white show with white people.
So imagine how well it would have done if it actually was a mixture of people instead of just having 2 separate races.
But you know what that's called? It's called The Real World.
No, it's not The Real World.
No, here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say.
That's called The Real World.
No.
They did that with those mixes of races.
The Real World was the first one. After that,
once that changed and that freaking switched the hell up after that.
Yeah. Because the problem, this is the reason why I hate Friends. And I've said this before. The reason why I hate Friends is because I'm going to explain why, and then you can understand. The reason why I hate Friends is because it literally brought forth the entire lifestyle or a housing crisis of pumping people all together because no one can have their own space anymore. They promoted the idea of living of strangers living with each other.
Yeah, but most of them knew each other, though. To be fair, like at least 5 out of the 7 or 8 friends.
It didn't matter. I've met young people who literally got out of their families' houses. Young 20s that turn around and say, I want the Friends lifestyle. They never thought about actually having their own place.
Yeah, but
they don't seek independence.
I had kids they graduated from my high school in 87 who went to New York and did exactly that.
Yep.
When most people, especially even when I came up, because I didn't leave my parents until it was early 2000s. But even when I left twice before then and failed before I finally left and got out. But I still didn't want to be under the roommates that I had for 4 years. I was like, when I get the chance, I'm leaving you heifers. And they were like, no, don't go.
Yeah, Rose, but that's your relationship with them. But it showed on
It was my relationship with
Friends
them.
was the guys that grow with each other. No, but the way they had a relationship with themselves on the show, those characters, they knew of each other. They were semi-established.
Anyone who's ever had a roommate, you all know not all roommates are created equal. You do not always get along with the people that you fucking live with.
Yeah, but that's not the argument to be made.
That was the real world was exactly what it was named that. Great. The real world. That friendship was bull fucking shit.
Yeah, of course. I'm not going to disagree with you on that.
Everybody knows Friends was a fucking fantasy world. Nobody thought that shit was real.
In that fantasy world, indoctrinated young people to desire that lifestyle for generations to come.
Well, they were stupid if they thought that shit was real in the first place.
They did. I literally had young people as early as I wanted to go. We're in 2025. 2022, still saying, I want the Friends lifestyle. And I looked at her and I said, Jenna, are you fucking serious?
Mm-hmm.
Are you fucking, we're in 2022. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not reality. I know I've heard of roommates that fight each other, throw knives at each other. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
That sounds like the hood to me.
No, because look, he making a point, bro. Because even if you think about the real world, right? They try to do a reunion on that. Did anybody see that but me? With Heather B and the rest of them, Tammy Rowland,
of the real world,
and all the rest of them.
No, they didn't want to do it.
Yeah, no, they did it.
Oh yeah, but they didn't. Nobody.
Yeah. They was tripping on that thing, bro. I mean, tripping hard too. Only people that really had it together, bro, was the people, bro, who stayed semi in contact. Just like not Kelly Rowland, but Tammy Rowland and Heather B. They were still all right, and white dude, but and that one cool white dude that was on Real World that came on that my brother and them used to watch. So I caught the ending of it. I think I was like into 3 or 4 before they got ready to cancel it. And then I went back and I watched it. So
are you talking about Darnell or you're talking about CT? Which one are you talking about?
I ain't talking about Darnell. He was one of the people that they didn't like. He always had a problem. He was like basically like he was like Chopper from the band. He was like that nigga to them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He just is just a
Hey, OG, he said this is why housewives are popular. Yeah, but they're not popular for being together. They're popular for fighting and discourse. And the idea of like I've seen a lot of roommates. I used to live.
That's the same thing with mob wives.
And before I lived in a house with 2 roommates, because people thought I was living the life when I used to be going to work. They were like, "You're a manager. You have roommates?" I said, "Yeah, I have roommates." "Who are your roommates?" "I have 2 white women as roommates." They conjure up so many fantasies, and I'm like, I know it's not like that at all. I'm the only guy in the house. So you imagine everything is broken and I'm the only motherfucker that knows how to fix it.
So speaking of roommates and all that stuff right there, since you said that, and what people go through. So this is some people that is famous on YouTube. I seen this come across my desk. It's going to be going viral here in a minute. I don't know if it is, if it ain't, if it is. I know it's on 3 different pages so far. It's toxicity at a high rate. We know that we've seen this dude before, Shamar, and I just gotta let y'all see it. It was crazy. We ain't gonna watch the whole thing, but we're gonna see a little bit of it, and hopefully y'all be laughing like I was earlier, because I was like, nigga, I had to like play it back and be like, what? You know what I'm saying? So, all right, y'all sit back and enjoy this.
But I'm a liar though. But I'm a liar though. But I'm a liar though.
Get up out of here.
But I'm a liar.
Go ahead and get him on.
But I'm a liar.
Let me go ahead and get him up out of here. But
I'm a liar though.
Wow.
But I'm capping.
At this point, he
But I'm capping. Somebody came and clinked it up. Somebody came and clinked it up.
No, I clinked it up.
And look at them thumbs.
What you over here being messy for? It wasn't me who said it. I was just.
I don't know who this is, but I just know shit was crazy. I think that's that nigga draws. If you found somebody draws sitting in the corner at your house.
Oh no.
Damn.
Let's check it out. So look.
That you had receipt. You try to make me look bad. That's why don't nobody like you. That's why don't nobody.
But I'm a liar though.
Oh my God.
But I'm a liar though.
Get up out
But
of
I'm
here.
a liar.
Go ahead and get him on
But
up
I'm a
out of here.
liar.
Oh my God.
You go
What's
ahead
wrong with
and
that boy's eyes?
But I'm a liar though.
Wow.
I don't even know what's going on here. I just seen somebody seen something over in that corner. And I said, "What is that over in that corner?" And I was like, "Oh wow, wow, you lying to me? Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing?"
Yeah, man. Don't
That's
say it.
crazy.
No, because I can't really tell what it is.
Me either. But I don't really want to see it though. You know, it's good enough.
No.
Put it this way, my man like to tuck and go. Okay.
I don't know if that's shit stained drawers or what. I don't want to know.
He like to tuck and run. Is what we talk about.
Sick of me all that shit.
He said tuck and run.
He tucks.
No, I'm just saying. So this is supposed to be a celebrity right here, y'all.
Who? Him?
Is he wearing a thing that says
Bro,
Queen?
Yeah,
we literally just okay. Who did the show? Who did the? How you doing, Miss Thing? Who did the show where the dude was doing the loyalty test? Was it LA or Tom?
I think it was LA.
All right. So you remember on that one loyalty test that had this dude right here on the picture?
I remember.
Yeah.
Come in there.
He was zesty
as a what they call him, a celebrity. He was gonna do a show for a celeb. I couldn't even.
Yeah,
think
I remember when he was there. I was just like, "Who the hell is this guy?"
Yeah, he was zesty.
Yeah, that's supposed to be him. That's that same person we seen on the other show who they were so-called calling a big celebrity.
His teeth ain't
yeah.
real, man.
Look, Angus Snowman. That's a whole fact. I'm just saying this supposed to be a celebrity. I'm just saying.
Okay.
But I'm a liar though.
Get up out of here.
I'm a liar.
Go ahead and get him on up
But I'm a
out of
liar.
here. Let me go ahead and get him up out of here.
But I'm a liar though.
Wow.
But I'm capping.
At this point, he
But I'm capping. Somebody came and clinked it up. Somebody came and clinked it up.
No, I clinked
And look
it
at them thumbs.
Yeah, I
Them
don't
thumbs
hear
you
me
had
though.
on for a month straight. You know them black thumbs you had on for a month straight too? They're right there.
Yeah, whatever.
Them thumbs.
Whatever.
There go that rag you use to wipe that near out your butt. And you ain't even bathed. That's why that rag's so dirty. And them thumbs you had on right there.
Man.
What you talking about? Who lying? You talking about something? I'm a
OG pause.
Oh Lord Jesus! I should have watched this before I played it. God damn it!
Yeah, if somebody else come to you and say your ass is dirty, you cannot respond with "you mad." You cannot do that. Like that's just crazy. You cannot.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. That's some JP. That's some JP stuff right there.
That is you confirming it. You nasty.
Yeah, I just don't know what to do with half of this. I don't know how much of it is real. I don't know.
I'm asking, Josh. You still listening, my good sir? Was that real or fake to you, my good sir? Because this could this be some type of ploy to get people a grip or something?
Is that how the corner of B&M houses look?
No, but who put it there? Why is it? You know,
I can't tell you whether something's real or not. I've come from pretty damn big communities where I've seen manufactured conflict. Like it's a thing. So, and I can't tell you the difference between even watching it and even participating in it. I can't tell the difference. I don't know what's real or not. I just assume it's all fake.
Okay, so we know he's not going to be an FBI profiler in the future.
Lead that. But if we're he didn't deny it. Let's put it that way. He didn't deny it. He just said, "Let's get him up out of here."
He said, "I cleaned it up myself."
That
sir.
part.
I cleaned it up myself.
Right.
That's
and
what I heard.
Was like, "Let's get him up out of here." Why? So he don't keep talking.
That's a fact.
You know what I'm gonna tell this nigga B-baller? This nigga with his red hair with his spikes.
That's my purse. I don't know you.
Wow.
Damn.
Oh yeah.
That's crazy, yo.
Am I gonna kick you in the nuts? Yes. When am I gonna do it? Maybe tomorrow. Now.
I'll have it for you, sir. Don't worry about it. That'll be your
Oh
intro.
my
goodness. And then you got to come up. Yeah, that's gonna be it right there.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that dude, there's something else. That nigga, see, and if I'm saying he got this type of stuff, I don't know if it's real or fake, bro. I don't know if this is something for get the numbers.
That's the thing,
Matter of
man.
fact,
this is why old heads in this space are getting upset, because these motherfuckers are making numbers and they making bank off of this shit, and it's wild. And you can't do serious shows and have discussions. We're the DL Hugies in this whole thing
because they don't know the culture.
I don't
they
think
can't
that's
comment on it because they're not living it.
I don't think that's fair to put it all on that. See, this is the idea. Entertainers are there to entertain us.
Mm-hmm.
It would seem like it would be in their best interest to go after the people that basically provide whatever the resource, whether it's the money, the popularity, or whatever it is. I can't really blame content creators and entertainers for spitting out the shit that we dislike. Oh, I can't have a serious show because the vast majority of people really just want controversy and conflict.
Yeah. Again, I've already established that we are the DL Hughleys of it. When I say things like that, that's the whole get off my lawn thing. I get it. But we have to acknowledge, at least, just like you said, that we don't know if this is fake or not, that it's shit. And it seems to be what is making it out here. It's what people want. I'm not saying that I'm going to blame them, but that's clearly people want, spontaneity and craziness. Theirs. I'm not going to take that away from them.
Oh, we've got that, like their culture. It exists in every culture you've ever seen. It's in the white culture. It's in the black culture.
We're talking about, but Josh, we're talking about generations.
We're talking generations.
Oh, okay. We're talking about well, I don't know about that either. We had the same bullshit.
DL Hughley doesn't understand modern fucking comedy for the people in the teens and 20s.
That's a whole fact.
He does.
He hates it, bro. He hates it. That little Mexican dude. The fire the dude right now that's on fire right now is the little Hispanic dude. He be down
Rafael Barbosa.
Bro, that nigga is fire.
Rafael Barbosa.
If you ain't seen, hey Marcus, type his name in the back so I don't fuck it up.
Yeah, I seen it. Me and my girl went to one of his comedy tour dates at one of the casinos nearby us. Man, he pretty
that
funny,
nigga
bro.
Fire. Yeah, that nigga fire. Though. He is killing the game right now.
I don't know if I've seen him, but I don't recognize the name.
Oh, you know when you see him, but he got
something on a show on Rotten Tomatoes, and you could tell that the older people in there didn't like the fact that they were showing text messages as part of the communication. They'll pop up on the screen and they'll show the person text messaging, and they'll show the message they got and the one that they sent.
The thing about the Rafael Barbosa's, he was with one of the guys that's called Rene Vaca. Rene Vaca is also on fire right now. And then the other guy that was on fire for a bit, that was catching fire, was Kenny Flores, but he just passed away like a month ago or so.
He's a comedian.
Yeah,
they're comedians.
Yeah, no, I don't recognize him. I'm seeing his face right now. I don't recognize him.
Yeah, the dude good, bro. Funny as shit.
And all it takes to take off nowadays is one funny TikTok of one joke.
Facts.
Yeah. Or you filming you pulling a prank in a freaking Walmart.
Wait,
that fuck shit, yeah, too. And same thing with the auditors. Same thing with the auditors.
You're a comedian, but you actually happen to look good. That's what happened before too.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, Josh, today, Bob Seger would never get a fucking record contract. Because he was an ugly motherfucker.
And that dude could sing.
I think that's
Joe Cocker would never get a fucking record contract today.
I think it's a horrible metric because it's always been the case that eras change. Be the same thing as starting business. The thing that you would need to start a business 30 years ago is absolutely nothing like what you need today.
And that's why all those people who are rich, who are now telling people how to get rich, are all bullshit. Because those ways of getting rich are over.
Generally speaking, anybody that holds the key to money ain't sharing it, right? It just is what it is. But the idea of selling shit to people is old as the day.
Old. You're not going to beat Temu and Alibaba.
There will be something that comes along and replaces.
There will be something, but it's not going to be something you do on an individual basis. Trying to sell cheap Chinese shit on the internet.
So even what is Temu's not new. Before Temu, you had something else. Before that, you had Wish. Like it's repackaged.
What is the contention exactly that time has changed and what we enjoy? I guess I don't know. I'm 40. I guess the rest of you guys. Well, no.
DL Hughley is trying to be what's new,
right?
Without understanding what's new.
What's new? Exactly, Mel.
Yeah.
Not just not understanding,
so
but not
old and stuck in his ways.
And if we're gonna be fair, Josh, not everything that you or Mayo or Mama grew up with is what you had before, is what we have now in the modern generation.
I absolutely admit.
Marcus, not even that, Marcus. The idea of that even if the way the problem with somebody like DL where he's marketing is that he's not marketing for the market today. Even if the principles are the same, people have not changed, but the way how you have to market to them has changed, and he's not following it.
He's not willing to do that. You're absolutely right. He just won't do it. And he's mad that he won't, as he calls, sells out, but someone else is getting through that market. He's pissed that it's like selling out. He doesn't want to sell out, and he's pissed off, but that's what you have to do.
It's the equivalent of once you have to deliver everything by mail at the door versus now everything you email.
Yeah.
Versus now.
But is it selling out though? Because Shannon Sharp never sold out.
No,
it's not.
DL Hughley would have to sell out.
DL says it's selling out because he can't figure out how to do it.
He can't do it.
Wait. First of all, DL calls it selling out, but you can imagine that when you're up there, because we even have the concept of what the hell is selling out. But everyone, in order to build your business, has to make a trade and a choice. Everyone.
And I've never seen a successful person say they sold out.
Yeah.
Or
because
somebody else is selling out.
Because if we're really going to be honest about it, right?
Only
Shannon
the losers.
Exactly. Thank you. Only the losers are the ones that are complaining because they're not that level of finish line yet. When he left away from FSN and I'm sorry, FS1, when he left that contract and that contract was up, he was not going to come back to it because of clearly things that happened with Skip on air and all behind the scenes, and then his contracting. He said, you know what? They're going to offer me something better over here. The grass is greener on this side. I'm going to take my chance. And Skip gave him all the praise and all that. He even gave Skip Bayless still the praise of, hey, he's the guy that brought me into the house with him on Undisputed. He did not want to do a show with anybody else as a co-host, just me. He said he wasn't going to do that with FSN, FS1 and all that kind of stuff. And you know, the broadcasting channel and like the radio and all that kind of stuff. So clearly they knew what they were doing. And then whatever they had deals, whether it was Spotify or whether it was another radio deal, you know how like Rogan did his thing, but individually, whether it's that or XM satellite radio. So yeah,
he went and got him some good. He went and got him some good sponsors, and again, when you upgrade yourself like that, again, he acquiesced to what his sponsors wanted. They wanted the Shannon Sharp that brings everybody, not just one side. He wanted the Shannon Sharp to bring everybody together. They can have a good show, and look what they came up with. It worked out.
I mean, honestly, the worst thing he ever did was the Kamala interview, and he was paid a lot of money to
be honest. That's one of his worst ones.
Yeah, and DL's never going to be willing to do any of that, and he doesn't want to cater to a more diverse crowd. That's just, it was never in the cards for him.
No.
And we're all guilty of it. We're all guilty of looking around and going, what is this shit? Well, I can't do it. I'm not going to do it. I absolutely won't. And we just sit there and we just, like old men, we stare and shout at clouds and get pissed off at things. Yeah, we've all done it.
No, I don't shout at clouds. I'm not that high.
But, you know, and I'm not going to, right? I mean, just some of the stuff that I look at, I just got finished saying.
I might shout at a whore, but I'm not going to shout at a cloud.
Damn.
I just got finished saying it's all shit on the internet, and this is what pisses me off, and I wouldn't do it. Well, if I'm saying that, then I'm being DL Hughley. I get it. I'm not hypocrite, but I mean that's what it comes down to.
We gotta ask. Is it all shit on the internet?
No. I
wait. OG, can I make a quick service announcement?
Go ahead.
Listen, we got some fire. Listen, we're having a really good fire conversation. And the fact of the matter is that we're not driving more traffic, but I'm looking at other motherfuckers online that's talking about literally nothing. We've been having a fire conversation about the whole internet, about what's real, what's not, about content creation, about other people who are hating on other content creators, about shit that actually matters. And y'all listen to literally some bullshit. Y'all need to be driving traffic over here. Literally, y'all need to be doing
because you know what, OG, this fire. You know what? We haven't even got that ignorant. We haven't even got that ignorant at all.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this. And just like that, Wrestler found his way to shout at a cloud.
Exactly.
No, Russ, I'm just joking with you, man.
I'm just saying. Listen. I even made sure that the show was up there in Discord. I made sure we were up here in community posts, and I'm like, but I'm watching the other people who are online. I'm like, they're not saying nothing good at all. But we up here chopping it. It's a really good conversation. It's a really good listen. I don't know what's going on. Y'all need to be sharing the word. Like y'all really sleeping on OG right now. Come on now.
OG's fire. OG
is fire.
OG is so much better than you, Resla. I mean, even Mama says so. I mean,
oh my God, this nigga Josh, bro. That nigga good, bro. Every time.
You know I don't believe that, man.
You know, B-Baller don't believe.
Hey, hold on. Who doesn't believe that?
B-Baller don't believe that, man.
Why is he not getting kicked off the damn? My God.
Because he knows that's not.
That's right.
Talking right
That's
now.
right. That's right.
I love all of you guys. I wouldn't be on your show if I didn't love all.
See, let me tell y'all something.
Now B-Ball's gonna do that bullshit. I am every man. I am every woman.
Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something about B-Baller.
Don't do it.
B-Baller is good people, but see, we have this type of relationship. Me and him.
He's a butt. He said,
no. He good people, but this type of relationship we got.
Invisibility shield. I know where you are. I know where you are.
That's a fact. You know what I'm talking about?
That would be us in the store too. I'm not even playing.
That's after a 12-pack. That's after a 12-pack and some Black in my house.
It's crazy.
Real talk. Yeah, we're talking about visible shield, nigga. You know talking about, yes, sir.
And just like that, we got back to being a little ignorant. All right.
There you go.
Oh my gosh, yo.
I literally almost acted like that in the store today. I walked in and asked the cashier if he had any buttons I could play with or push.
Damn.
My daughter was like, "Mother."
That happens sometimes, mama. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
Totally. As soon as she said "mother," the guy totally got it. He totally got it.
Oh man, that was too much. That was crazy.
No, my only complaint about what's going on today is I just see us getting closer to the movie Idiocracy every day.
I'm with you, man. I just don't know if many, I don't know if a lot of other people agree. I see it.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Starbucks to announce they're giving fucking hand jobs in the future.
Oh,
listen. If they listen with the chicks that are nearby me, if they not latte with a hand job, I'm not gonna try away from it.
If you tell me how to order it, latte grande, no whip, I'll do it.
Full body latte.
Full body latte, half whip. You tell me how to order it, I'll get it.
B-Ball, I'm not even gonna be mad at the whip.
No, I think we should start a coffee chain with all hot female midgets.
You said
Whoa.
midgets. I was about to say
What-
HI.
Yeah.
You said midgets. Ooh.
What's going on?
Yeah. We'll name it Little Coffee.
Ooh.
Little coffee house on the prairie. Let's go.
No. Wait, you know what you gotta call it, Mel? Back shots.
You know, and this is why people don't come to art. No.
On Top Shot.
They'll be all right.
He just got that good service announcement, and then he goes, we should call it back shots.
And demonetized.
Right?
Monetize.
No, but
They definitely gonna get us up out of here.
If you guys watch, everybody's wearing what are the shoes they're all wearing in that fucking movie? The slip-on shoes that everybody wears now.
Croc.
Yeah, Crocs. And one of the prop guys in the movie was like, they'd just come out, and he's like, "These are the dumbest fucking shoes I've ever seen. We're gonna put everybody in the movie." And what's popular now? Crocs.
Yeah, $60 a pair or more.
Crazy for plastic.
For something you can print on a doggone 3D printer, basically.
That's absolutely.
And even the language, the way it was just, broken fucking pidgin English. That's what I see today.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
People spelling, 4, using the number 4 and U for you.
They won't even use the word for, they just use a number.
Yeah. And you, they just make you if they want to do YOU. I mean, there's this one guy on YouTube that I saw, and what he did was taught parents how to decipher their kids' text messages.
Well, that's a good.
What the different emojis meant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the different words meant. It's another language.
Absolutely.
It is.
When you hear your daughter say, "I think I'm going to give it to the Lord," because him, it's not what you think.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Him.
She ain't talking about Sunday. She's talking about Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
So those are good ideas, though. I like.
That's when they said, "Pull up on me."
I like it when people come up with innovative ideas, because to me, that's just like you teaching your child how to do some banking, how to navigate life, like a different something they wouldn't know. How to balance a checkbook. I think if you have a business where you're teaching parents to do something, like, to me, that's connection. That's you staying at least in touch with it, with a generation. Even though we're falling far apart, that's the way that you still at least stay in touch with the or attempt to stay in touch with the generation.
Oh yeah, parents, if you have to go on YouTube and learn how the new math is done if you want to help your kids do the new math in their homework.
Dude, you know what I saw? Speaking of that, I saw something on one of these sites, and it was called Abacus. Have you guys ever heard of this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Math. That shit is wild. They're putting their fingers up and throwing gang signs.
That's ancient Asian math.
Yeah. But that's
like
crazy.
Like going back to like the 1300.
Yeah. I mean, literally there was societies had silent code, and they literally, it was literally early sign language.
Yeah.
Right, but why would you teach current students that?
So their parents
can't decipher.
Can't do it with them.
Yeah.
And imagine you're in 5th grade, right? You bring math problems home, right? And you know, a kid in 5th grade thinks his parents are the greatest things to sliced bread. Or, young kids. They think their parents are the smartest fucking people in the world. Till they can't do their 5th grade fucking homework.
That's a whole motherfucking fact.
And they teach the kids too. My grandson, this has been about 2 years ago, had math homework, and he brought it home, and he was struggling a little bit. And I said, well, I'll help you, when I'm done with whatever I was doing. And he looked at me, and I said, well, I don't have to help you. You know, your dad or your mom, one of us grown-ups can help you. And as serious as he could be, looked at us or looked at me and said, my teacher said I can't ask for my parents' help. And I said, why? Because you don't know how to do it.
That's
a fact. Yeah.
You're right. The current system is to undermine traditional thinking.
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely.
And I look at it like when I would always break things down if I had problems in math.
Sir, that's the wrong way now. You have to break things up.
Yeah.
Break them up.
It's just, but I look at the way they're doing it now, and it's the way I broke it down because I didn't know how to do it the right way.
Well, the right way is to break things up, not to break things down anymore. Yeah. All right.
It's backwards. It's completely
no, it's not backwards.
As far as I'm concerned.
It's not backwards. It's the way of doing things now. You just old.
It's not backwards, Mayo. It's forwards.
Exactly.
No, what it is progressive, which is actually
progressively forward.
No. Progress means forward. It's a progress, not a regress.
Yeah. That's why we're making kids dumber.
You don't say. You don't.
Oh, boy, y'all just moving along, ain't y'all?
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We just didn't get that ignorant tonight.
So yeah,
it's about to get there, but for some reason we keep on falling into these videos right on time. So here we go.
First, yeah, I want that first.
All right, good, man.
Oh, risky, Jesus Christ!
Oh yeah.
See, mine has sound. Hers don't got sound. You know what I mean?
Is that cousin Lawrence?
No.
Specifically, do we have that?
It's not written in steps, but this would be addressing the Department of Education, basically. They have it divided by department.
Okay. So let me read this excerpt. Our public schools are foundational to our democracy. When special interests undermine public schools, they undermine the abilities of students from all backgrounds to learn, feel safe in their community, and develop skills and knowledge that enables them to thrive. If Project 2025 has their way, our public schools could be stripped of funding, protections for students, and high-quality curriculum. Is that another
bullshit.
piece? How would they do it?
Before they get ready to go into this, what y'all think about that? And let me say this real quick. Shout out to This Might Be Risky, man. If you ain't subscribed to This Might Be Risky, go over there and subscribe to This Might Be Risky. Throw him a thumbs up. Say something in the comments and go to his Discord. All that good stuff, man. Make sure y'all look out for him. His CashApp is right at the top if you want to support the man. All that good stuff. Do not hit me, Risky.
Risky holla. Risky.
That you said, do not hit me.
Yeah, no, because that nigga might hit me with, I don't want no copyright strikes or nothing like that, bro. I be trying to support everybody who I show their stuff. So I make sure I put their information out there first. So before we get into it and get a deep dive, so we can make sure we support them just as much as they supporting us with this content. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't think he will, but Risky holla at me.
What y'all think about that? What he just read?
Well, it's bullshit.
I don't follow
and
it.
I can tell these people didn't read Project 2025. They going off bullshit talking points.
Or they're going off what the internet has told them, like on shorts and shit.
Yeah, that's the bullshit talking points.
It's no different from when they turn around and said that they took away freaking Social Security, not Medicaid when they took away Medicaid. Like if you're not gonna read for yourself, stop looking for other people to give you information. Especially in this age where people are not told to read. If you are capable of actually reading, do so, please. Use the skills that you were actually told in the education system that you claim that your people, that your siblings, your children are not learning. Come on, now use it.
Well, and federal loan programs, don't help parents. They help adults go to college.
Oh, that's not true. So,
wait, that's not true.
Yeah. So, like the concept of the so what they're talking about with the Department of Education, they're talking about the federal Department of Education.
Yes.
Every state has its own. Project 2025 aims to actually abolish it, or at least on the federal side, not the state side. It has no authority in there. And so generally what it would basically the ending result would pull all of federal funding to, say, public school systems. That's actually one of the things that you could call it a talking point, but if the department is gone, so is the funding that comes with it. It would be fair to say that it would be a reduction in funding, but it would also, I guess, depends on what narrative you want to paint for it, and that would be the talking point.
Well, no, what it wants to do is streamline the process of giving the money out.
They want to absolutely take the federal Department of Education completely off the board.
Have they? So here's my thing about what you just said, Mayo, and I'm just asking the question: have they talked about how they're gonna streamline it? Because right now, all I've heard about is getting rid of it, abolishing, even if you want to use that extreme word. But I haven't heard of what was going to be in its place, which is the most important part.
That would be the problem right there. Is nobody can answer that question. Because
I
ultimately,
Trump at one point said it should only have about 400 people in it.
Well, my thing is that when you decide you
dole
want
out
to
the funding.
Well, my thing is that when you want to get rid of something should be already talked about to be in its place. Now we're just gonna get rid of it, and that's just the end. That's not it. That's not the strategy.
And another problem would be Project 2025 is not Trump's agenda. It's actually a conservative agenda.
Yeah.
They aren't one and the same thing.
And it's the same agenda they've put out for the last 20 cycles.
Yeah, it's been around for a while. But like the idea that that's I guess the problem with it, there's a little bit of truth within the talking points, right? And that's why people tend to have, I guess, contention about it. Is would it mean that funding would get pulled? The answer is yes, if it's pulled off, right? But now Resla's contention here is probably a bigger issue is if you're going to pull it out, the question then comes down to is if different states have, let's say if different states have Department of Educations, right? Like each state has one. What combines them together? Like say like SATs and things like that. How are those measured? Because then they would become different. Something has to settle them in between states. Currently, that would be the federal Department of Education. It has to get, either it's the case that something has to get, or you have to take any whatever standard that comes between different states and just throw it out the door too. And I don't know how to do that. Because then what's an SAT for?
Have you guys read the policy and what he wants to do with it?
Yeah. Well, what Trump wants to do, or what Project 2025 wants to do?
They're specifically talking about Project 2025 here.
Yeah, what they want to do with it is just straight up abolishment. There is no next step that's been published. But that's because conservatives don't all agree on prescription, just like every group doesn't agree on prescription. And that's Resla's point right here is if you're gonna knock a system out, what are you gonna replace it with, or how are you gonna settle? At least at the very least, how are you gonna settle the disputes?
I don't want to hear you getting rid of shit without
Project
something else to replace it.
2025 specifically says that the funds that would go to the state's education would just go out without fucking strings to the states in a block grant.
Oh, well, that's not a
Project 2025 says.
Because if it just goes out to the states, we already know the states will misappropriate funds. So what exactly is it going to?
It's turning the education back over to the states and not putting federal mandates on it.
That doesn't.
It's letting the states decide what to teach their kids.
Oh no! Well, that doesn't sound very good either.
Why? Oh, the original idea of the 50 states, right, was everyone would do things different. and then the best one would come to the top, and most people would choose to follow it.
This is how we got a lot of bullshit from California.
No, we got a lot of bullshit from California because of the Department of Education.
Yeah, that part.
I believe that part. I don't know if
Not in
anybody else.
spite of it, because of it.
So
I
the
think
comments-
I think if we don't have weights and measures for a lot of stuff all the way down to the bottom as to where it needs to go. If we just leave it up to states, if we leave it to the people who agree to make the best decision for people, I don't think it's going to turn out that well.
I would rather have the parents in the states decide than somebody in California.
I hear you, Mayo, but I don't think that the truth of the matter is that, especially with the way how today's parents are, they're not that involved. They're not.
So here, we'll just settle this real quick. There's the.
I've got it
Project
up in the
2020
back. I'll put it in the back if you want.
Page 352. Quite literally the first sentence.
$352.
Yeah. 352. On the PDF, not on the text file, because they got their numbers on.
Yeah,
there.
I'm on the PDF, but that's
Lindsey Burke,
ATA accreditation on mine.
Yeah, look at the mission by Lindsey Burke.
I don't know what that is because that's not Project 2025.
This is quite literally Project 2025. It's breaking down with a lot of extra stuff in there. It's quite literally from the conservatives that are attempting to promote the policy. Keep in mind what Trump does and wants.
What this is somebody else's interpretation of what Project 2025
No.
says.
This is quite literally from the people themselves that are involved in writing the policies. This is adding, like, for example, this mission statement by Ms. Burke is quite literally in the sentence, and I'll cite it here, or I'll quote it exactly.
But
federal education policy should be limited, and ultimately the federal Department of Education should be eliminated.
Yes, that's not the page you said it was on, though.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Are you looking at the page itself would be 319, but the PDF is going to be like 322.
It's 319 on mine, but.
Oh, okay. It's showing me 352 on mine. I guess I got a lot of extra pages. I don't know. But like that's kind of the idea is, one, it states that the funding should be limited. Two, its ultimate goal is to abolish it, which it explains how it's going to abolish it.
Yes. But it also states that those funds will be block granted directly to the state instead of also funding a bureaucracy in Washington.
Well, yeah, true. Okay,
to hand out the funds.
Yeah, I'll give you the part where, the administrative fees, right? Like, but that's how all administration works, right? If you have a department,
it doesn't need
right?
to, but it doesn't need to.
Do the staffing of the administration, do they work free?
No, but how many people were employed by the Department of?
I have no fucking clue.
Education?
I honestly, that I can't answer. Like, I mean, but picking on the administration, is it true that administration collect money out of the budget? The answer is yes. Is it a common belief that the administration are overpaid? Probably what most people would, right? But now,
and overstaffed.
Who gets to make that determination?
The person in charge of it, which is the president.
Okay. Well, what if he says that like one person should get $350,000 a year salary?
It's not. Wage grades aren't set up like that. GS grades aren't set up like that.
Departments get funded all kinds of, or I'm sorry, their salaries get set all kinds of fucking weird ways.
Yes, but they're either WGs or GSs or SES.
The issue is your claim is that the president should be able to set those. Okay, so now if the president sets these at
No. I didn't say he should be able to set them.
That wasn't his claim.
Oh, okay.
I never said that. No, I said that the president can change the staffing and the mission,
right,
of a department that is specifically controlled by the executive branch.
Okay, right. But that ain't what Project 2025 is. Again, they're two different things.
Shit.
Yeah, what the president wants and does is not the same thing as Project 2025. Project 2025 is specifically the conservative agenda, if you want to call it that. There's other groups involved.
But what he brought up was what was brought up in 2025, not President Trump. The video we watched was 2025. Was about 2025. Right.
So we're looking at what the contention is.
It's not ending funding for schools. It's just streamlining it. It's going to pass student loans back over to the private sector, which it should have never left in the first place.
Then I call back page 319. What exactly is as cited, what exactly is the ultimate goal of that they want for the Federal Department of Education?
Yes, it should be eliminated.
Thus, that would also take out the funding.
You have to read further down.
They're just going to give the money out? Then what is that? Would that be Congress just allocating a certain amount of money?
Education and freedom and reform in the states is bright and will shine brighter when regulations and red tape from Washington are eliminated.
Yeah,
federal money is inevitably accompanied by rules and regulations that keep the influx of funds from having much, if any, impact on student outcomes.
Yes,
it raises the cost of education without raising student achievement to the extent of federal tax dollars are being used to fund education programs. Yeah, those funds should be block granted to the states without strings, eliminating the need for many federal and state bureaucrats. Eventually, policymaking and funding should take place at the state and local level.
Yes,
closest to the affected families.
That is the first part. It's a two-step sentence. It comes in two steps. The first one is limiting, and the second one is, well, their word is ultimately eliminating.
It's limiting regulation and rules.
Yes.
And giving them back to the states and localities.
Yes, that's step one. Now what's step two? It's quite literally in the first sentence. You don't even have to read the entire mission statement. It's quite literally just the first sentence.
The future of education, freedom, and reform in the states. That's the first sentence.
I'm
eliminating. Yeah, but you're acting like you need a Department of Education.
The states apparently do. In this case, yes. The Project 2025 does not discuss the concept of the states. It discusses the federal variation of it. It's just the feds. Yeah. They don't care about the states.
Yes.
Okay.
And it says the money should be given directly to the states, and the states and the local levels should figure out how to use it.
How does it do that if its ultimate goal is to be eliminated? If something doesn't exist, how does it function?
Why can't you just block grant money to the states from Congress?
You don't ask me, ask Project 2025.
But why do you need somebody in the middle of that?
I don't disagree, right? But now your question is exactly how it is. If it's not the Federal Department of Education, you could call it setting standards or whatever you want to do, right? Like whatever you believe that they should be doing, right? Question then is, who replaces that? Which is actually my biggest problem.
Does it need to be replaced? I don't think it does.
Okay, then you come down to the concept that you say that it should be like that money should be I don't know if you're saying it should be, right? That funding that goes from Congress to the individual states, who deals with that? Who allocates?
Congress.
Okay.
Congress.
Okay. Then what? How do they normally do that?
Normally through the Department of Education, which eats up a large percentage of the fucking money.
Right.
In the administration process.
And
You
Project
don't need
2025 goal, right.
Yeah, but
And
you don't need a Department of Education
right.
to
If
pass
you
the
don't
check
need
through.
it, you can't ask Congress to be creating stuff to funding it. That's the problem. That's the catch-22 here.
No,
Something
Congress
has to
can
be
write
there.
checks.
Congress can write
checks.
In which case, right, Congress can also create commissions and things like that to kind of like go off and investigate it, and they're going to suck up the money because they're now doing a job. So Congress
No, because
ultimately
they don't get paid more money for committees.
Ooh, then why would they do it?
To fund their state's education systems. Remember, they still work for the states.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why would they do it in Congress?
I just don't see why you think we need this intermediary.
I don't see why you think people work free.
What people are you talking about working for free? Congress?
Yeah, Congress is going to write a blank check, right? They're going to say, okay, we've got X amount of dollars. They're just going to equally spread that out among all 50 states?
No.
Then how is it going to get allocated? How is it going to get allocated?
By student. By number of students.
By the previous year, I'm assuming, right?
Or what they have registered for this year.
Oh, that's
literally the same way they do it now. But without that middleman.
Not exactly how it's usually kind of operates from a behind concept, unfortunately.
Why? But explain to me what the Federal Department of Education has done besides ever since its inception. Our scores and our performance for students are lower.
I don't disagree that they're complete fuck ups, but I kind of lay that claim to every branch of government, right? Nobody likes the way that the government operates.
So let's redo it.
Okay, so a reform system. So not an abolishment, in which case you just absolutely oppose the abolishment. The Project 2025, your stance would be to just oppose abolishing a federal Department of Education.
I don't oppose abolishing it.
Oh, okay.
And abolishing the current Department of Education, you can rebuild another Department of Education.
So just recreating it.
That's literally what reform is, isn't it?
I guess. I don't know. I mean, I guess you need the details for that.
But how many people do you need to write 50 checks to 50 states?
I think they do a lot more than just write checks.
What? What do they do?
Well, you've got your standardized testing, ain't so standard, apparently. There's all kinds of weird stuff that there's always going to be the case. Yeah, there's always going to be the case that all 50 states are going to disagree on something, right? And when they have a dispute, somebody has to settle that dispute.
Why? Why would states have a disagreement?
Oh, okay. What is an SAT score then?
What if private corporation?
Okay.
They just talk themselves into being accepted in the education system.
Right. So now what happens when half the states or even whatever portion of the states now disagree with that standardization?
It's already happening.
Well, I agree that they have
SATs are already not
over it.
required in a lot of schools in America. Neither is the ACT test.
Right. Well,
these niggas ain't shit, bro. I swear to God. Look, man, I'm pretty sure y'all gonna, because they ain't even done. It's about to be some more shit said. I want y'all to hear what they're gonna say. And if you want to disagree with them or you guys have something to say, just let me know when to pause.
All right.
Cut federal loan programs that help parents of college students, graduate students, and immigrants afford higher education. Project 2020-25 would roll back federal student loan programs that are critical to ensuring higher education is not reserved for only the wealthy and well-connected.
Bullshit.
We could just go off the first bullet points of each
Yeah.
one because it's.
So when I hear this, right, let's say with a layman ear, I'm just listening to it. It doesn't sound great for underserved communities. Is this who would be just inherently affected?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So when you think about the school choice bullshit that they want to do with the vouchers, basically people would end up getting between $5,000 and $10,000 vouchers. Then the problem is the quote unquote better schools will cost around $20,000. So people who are economically disadvantaged would still be relegated to the lesser schools, quote
That's
unquote.
literally not the way the school voucher
schools that have bigger budgets, the schools that are privatized.
What happened?
This is why I hate hearing fucking morons talk about this shit.
Hey, Sean thinks he's more. He's one of them. Sean thinks he's smarter than he is, but hey, let him do him.
You don't go to black schools.
That's what he says, right? That's what he says.
Baltimore, the highest spending in the nation per student with the worst fucking outcomes.
Somebody in the back. I ain't even see him back there. Damn, snowman. Shit. How long you been sitting back there, dog?
I feel like I'm being oppressed for something I didn't do.
No, bro. I didn't see you.
That's what you get, bro. Stay your ass back there, snowman.
It's
Get your ass back there.
I didn't know this was a blacks only panel.
Oh wow!
You hear this, OG?
What the hell?
This guy wants to do that. Hey, you see this, OG? He wants this whole chicken hawking. He just straight up chicken
I got
hawking.
something for snowman. You hear me?
No, but I came up.
That's a whole fact.
I came up here to make shit a little bit messy. And Josh, what the fuck is your problem, dude?
What?
Why do you seem to think that we got to have 85,000 fucking federal entities to fucking do all kinds of shit, dude? You do realize that your job is unnecessary and you're going to lose it.
Right. But that's the problem. The guys, okay, your prescription or your idea of what it is not the same thing as being what's proposed by Project 2025.
I don't give a fuck about what Project 2025.
That's what the topic is about.
If they want to eliminate fucking government agencies and government offices, then fucking get rid of them.
I don't disagree there. I'm actually a big fan of abolishing it.
Then what are you arguing about, you fucking dumb cracker?
That's just not the thing. The idea is the funding. If it's abolished, so does the funding go away with it.
Good.
But
we don't need the federal government. We don't need
to.
Away.
Honestly, the funding from the states is not going away.
Honestly, we don't need federal. We don't need the federal government fucking funding shit in the states anyhow. The states need to stop being so reliant on the fucking federal funds.
There you go.
What? He said, what?
And I agree with Mayo. I get tired of hearing people that don't have a fucking clue what they're talking about when it comes to this fucking shit. Just doing nothing but fucking spurging out on fucking panels. Sounded dumb as fuck.
You sound like First Amendment auditors. You sound like First Amendment auditors.
The vouchers are literally, they don't even have a dollar amount on. They're just a guarantee for the school that the federal government will pay that amount for that child's education for that quarter, year, whatever. It's not a dollar amount. It's not you're going to get a voucher for $10,000, but the tuition's going to be $20,000, so poor people ain't going to be able to go.
That's a fact.
Well, and if we got rid of the Department of Education on the federal level to begin with, and stopped having them allocate money, chances are that even college tuition will probably go down.
Okay, so look, I want y'all to. I don't even know what. Okay, Lord Jesus.
Guys,
give me a second. We go back 5, 10, 15, 20 seconds real quick. All right.
I mean, let me ask you guys a question.
People would end up getting $5,000 and $10,000 vouchers. Then the problem is the quote unquote better schools will cost around $20,000. So people.
Okay, so he's talking about vouchers. What was y'all just talking about?
Vouchers. That's what he's talking about, right? He's saying that these vouchers have a dollar amount. They don't. They just say that the funds are going to be made available for this student to go to this school.
Yeah,
based on the per student cost for that school.
Yeah, it's kind of like the school free lunch program. You get a voucher ticket, and you hand them that little ticket, and that pays for your lunch. There's no dollar amount to it, X number of dollars, because each school's going to charge
the cafeteria and your choices off the menu.
Wait. So
see now, OG, what I will explain, right? If a parent chooses to use that voucher for a private school, it will just be equal to the cost of the public education. If the school costs more, they would have to pay that, but that's for private schools, not other better public schools.
Okay. And okay, so two points. So I let me start with you first, Mayo. You say for that school, he wasn't referring to those schools. He was talking about the people who can afford to go to those schools. So he is talking about the same thing that you're talking about. So I'm lost on your correlation on what you're saying, because if you're not sending your kids to a public school, you send them to a private school, you might have to pay a little more. Is what I just heard you just got through saying, right?
Yeah,
so
but he is putting.
What he's saying is, if they're getting a voucher for it, though, that voucher is not going to come with a dollar amount on it. That voucher is just going to, it's just going to cover the cost of the school.
And I got that part when he said it. I wasn't worried about the voucher part, because I know what Mayo was saying. Mayo just cleared it up for me, and I just want to make sure that he understand that the dude is talking about with people who go to a higher education. That's not people that's in a regular public school. That's the people who going to go to those private schools. And if I'm correct, just make sure I just heard what Mayo just said, and I don't want to mess up with his words. Is he said that they might have to, not everybody, but some might have to, depending on that private school. I have no problem with that, because I know he's right about that. And I'm just trying to figure out why we are not listening to what the people are saying, or why we thinking that they saying something different from what you're saying. And to your point, Snowman, I'm gonna let you go, Mayo. To your point, Snowman, even if you do get the free lunches, bro, and stuff like that, some people can't even apply for those, sir. I was one of those kids.
I'm
one. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't able to even get it. You know what I mean?
My kids can't get it either, man. We make too much money.
So I get what you're saying, but that's a dollar amount on that too. Because if your parents were making a dollar amount they was making, guess what? Your kids will have their free lunch. That's all I was saying. Y'all got it.
The whole point of me bringing
these vouchers are also, if you want to go to another public school in your district, like say there's 3 elementary schools, right? And one has terrific programs. You could use that for your kid to go to that one, even if it's outside your district.
Well, that's what that whole point. Isn't that the whole point of school choice that he's pushing?
Yes, yes.
That way parents actually have the choice to what school they want to go to. They aren't limited to whatever district they live in.
Yeah, and it puts the onus on the schools to improve themselves, to attract the students, because that's how you attract the dollars.
Yeah, and a lot of these charter schools are actually turning into really good schools, to be quite honest with you. And a lot of them are actually privately funded by a lot of the college campuses in these towns.
Yeah, but the thing isn't just for students going from, and because the voucher program they're talking about is specifically for K through 12. Has nothing to do with colleges. Nothing at all. It's all K through 12 education.
And look, the bottom line is,
most of them are going to go for transfer into other public schools, not private schools.
And truth be told, the vast majority of the funding that goes to most of these public schools comes from your own community and the property taxes that are garnered from it. Yep. If you want your schools to have quality shit, then stop bitching about your communities getting gentrified and the property value going up.
Right.
That was a shot at black.
Absolutely. So when you think about the school choice bullshit that they want to do with the vouchers, basically people would end up getting between $5,000 and $10,000 vouchers. Then the problem is the quote unquote better schools will cost around $20,000. So people who are economically disadvantaged would still be relegated to the lesser schools, quote unquote. The schools that have bigger budgets, the schools that are privatized and often supported by private organizations. The problem is it's not a problem for them, but what they can do, they can attract better talent. They can attract Aaron, Chaotic Truth, Jalen to be teachers and professors and things like that. The other schools will be left with somebody like me, you know what I'm saying, who's less qualified than y'all. And then I'm just niggerish up there.
At least he acknowledged that. Yeah. At least he did.
Ultimately, it exposes
what was different though? That's what I want to know, Marcus.
No, he acknowledged the difference in the quality of a student or a staff member.
Yeah, I mean,
They could work on that.
So basically, he broke it down. And this the part that's throwing me off, bro, because I must not be hearing right, unless somebody up here heard something differently from what I just got through hearing and from what was just told to me. What was different from that?
Well,
From the way you explained it, you
there's
mean?
not a dollar amount for it. Number two, it is mostly going to apply for public school transfers, not private schools.
Yeah,
It's not going to leave anybody out.
Private schools have always been more so for a privilege.
If a rich person gets a voucher for their kid, it's going to be worth the same as the voucher the poor person gets.
Do you really see a lot of rich people getting vouchers to send their kids to private school, though?
No.
Most private schools don't.
Well, private schools have always been for the more privileged class. That's just the way it is. It's been that way since the beginning of time.
No. Private schools have always been for people who prioritized education over their comfort.
Well, it's been for people that are privileged, that have the money to afford it. That's
my parents didn't have the money to afford it, but they gave up other shit to send me to Catholic school.
Well, I was fortunate enough. I went to a public Catholic school, which is pretty much the same fucking thing as private Catholic school.
Oh wow, that's interesting. I've rarely ever heard of a public Catholic school.
Yeah, dude. I went to a town where the whole town was Catholic, dude.
There were plenty of those in the 90s.
So you had no choice, is what you're saying.
Yeah, there was no choice. It was either go to the Catholic school there in town or not go to school.
And there's also organizational religious schools that are much cheaper than private schools who also have very good curriculums. So
yeah, they do have you talk about like these Baptist churches and shit to have their own Baptist schools and shit.
Yep, and like your Seventh-day Adventists and stuff. Mm-hmm. Because they still, those
are generally small schools too, so they have a better teacher child
very small 10, 12,
and they're not hamstrung by the Department of Education on what they can teach and how to teach it.
That's right.
Akron, I didn't live in a town of 43 people, but I graduated with a class of 87 kids.
Yeah, it was about the size of my graduating class too.
It was a small farm town, man.
But see, he started off with the premise that there's going to be a dollar amount on these things, which there isn't. And unless you use it for your kids to go to a private school, it's not going to leave you out of anything.
To a degree, there would be a dollar amount, even though that's not designated. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I get what you're saying, but there's still kind of a dollar amount.
Yeah, but it doesn't concern the parents, and it's not going to cost them more to send them to, PS5 instead of PS3 within their district.
PS5 has better graphics.
Haha. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not going to be, to send your kid to PS3, you're going to have to pay $2,000 more out of your pocket than if you send them to PS5, which is within their geographic area.
To be quite honest, even if you get a voucher to go to a private school, I think that there should be a certain burden of cost on the parent anyhow. They shouldn't get it all covered. I mean, it should be heavily reduced by the voucher.
Parents in private schools aren't getting anything covered, but they're still paying property taxes for the public schools in their area, with no benefit from it.
Well, see, that's the thing too, is how many of these people in a lot of these communities actually own the property and are paying property tax.
No, I'm getting ready to this week I get ordained. I will be avoiding a lot of property taxes. You will be calling me Deacon Josh because my personal property will be mostly.
See, and this is why I don't trust you fucking glowies, dude.
Hey, tax exemption. You don't like it? Fuck off.
But and his whole thing about, you know, that this is going to affect poor families and the whole underserved fucking community thing that doesn't actually fucking exist.
Why do we all, my question is why do we keep making excuses and not, you know, sitting and saying, look, these people that we are talking about that are poor, obviously they're poor for a reason. If they wanted to not be poor, they would work harder to get out of it. I mean, it's just that simple.
Don't exactly disagree.
Well, and more money doesn't solve the problem. That's the thing. It's how you spend it.
Oh,
you know, we all saw that school in Indiana.
These people are these broke ass motherfuckers always asking for handouts. That's who, Marcus.
Happy that you got so much money, sir.
I don't have so much money, but you know what? I have enough money that my family lives comfortable, and it's something that me and my wife had to work our ass off to get to. We didn't ask for handouts. Oh, wait, I take that back. We did ask for a handout once and got told no.
I mean, some of the premier schools in New York City are public.
Absolutely true.
I'm just saying, I think that we have entirely too many safety nets in this country anyhow. And quite honestly, the vast majority of the cost of these safety nets all go to administration costs. There's more of the fucking money going to administrative fees to allocate, quote unquote, you know, bullshit that needs to be allocated than actually going to the shit that it's supposed to go for. You know, so that's why I've been just utterly confused at why there's so many people that are losing their fucking minds over what Trump and Elon are doing with Doge. Makes me, I'm confused. Because what did just fucking 2-3 years ago, not even 2-3 years ago, 6 months ago, these same people that are pissed off now were wanting fucking more transparency in the government, wanting to eliminate waste and cost, wanting to cut the fucking the taxes, and now that it's actually being done, they're fucking crying about it. And why would you want someone from the government doing this audit? Would you want someone from the fucking the private sector?
This guy's
assuming
trying to
they
scare
have your
people.
interest at heart.
But this guy's just trying to scare people, saying that, oh, it's not going to help. And it's going to cost poor people more.
Dude, he's bought into the fucking Al Sharpton bullshit so well. That's all that is Al Sharpton and fucking...
And he's never read Project 2025. He's only read somebody else's interpretation of it.
That I agree.
It says nothing about eliminating student loans.
No.
It just says we should transfer them to the private sector, where they should have never left anyway.
The
because
government
they're actually still run through the private sector and guaranteed through the government.
And the government backing all these fucking student loans is why the fucking cost of college is astronomical now.
Yep. Because
cost you fucking $120,000 to go get an underwater basket weaving degree as a minor.
Dude, in my perfect world, you wouldn't be able to fucking even get a loan unless it was something that was needed in the labor force in the next 10 years.
Right. I mean,
something that we deemed was going to be low.
I don't understand why schools aren't, specifically high schools and shit now, aren't pushing for kids to get in trades. Because that's the industry.
They gave up the trades.
Oh yeah, they're giving them to all the illegals that they were trying to ship into this country.
No. They gave up the business of trade schools and they turned it over to the community colleges.
Where I live, there's still a bunch of trade schools.
And who runs them?
Some of them are run by the local community colleges, and some of them are self-funded.
And they used to be in the public sphere in the public high schools.
Right. They used to actually be, an option.
Yes.
Because I remember I went to TriStar, was our trade school in 11th grade.
And that's all I'm saying is the public schools gave them away.
Well, see, that's the other thing that I think that they need to do. I mean, they got rid of pretty much all the trades, even in public school, period.
Yes.
No home ec, no wood shop, no home ec, no wood shop, no nothing.
That needs to come back. That absolutely needs to come back.
Yes.
I mean, just that in and of itself shows you that the fucking Department of Education was doing a fucked up job. I mean, they eliminated all the fucking stuff that the schools were teaching that actually benefited people in life, and replaced it with a bunch of shit that taught you nothing.
That kind of
your kids know how to do anal sex and cocaine now, though, in 5th grade.
And they don't have no clue what gender they are or what bathroom they should use, though.
That kind of depends on what area you live in. There's plenty of vocational schools out there. They call them VOTEX, right? There's got to be hundreds and thousands of them out there. My town had
very few
one.
But very few.
Yeah, they're very
few.
But I mean,
very few. For high school students.
Now you got to be.
High school used to offer these programs.
Right. What Mayo's saying is a lot of these vocational schools that you're talking about, you can't get into them now until after you graduate high school, and then you got to pay extra money for that shit. Whereas before it was something that was an elective that you could get while you were right in high school, and most of them started in 11th grade. Generally your senior year you could opt out of the general education, and go and do this vocational education.
You could, in California, they have the fastest stuff, the bog waiver and stuff like that. And depending how you would live under your economic needs, if they were able to fund it, they would fund it for your trade school. Other than that, it may have to come out of your pocket or something in that regard too.
Don't you get paid for going to a trade school?
No.
Not necessarily. Like I said, like in California,
sponsoring you.
Yeah, unless you got an employer that's actually going to pay for
a grant.
Pay for your
to pay for your education.
For you to get your journeymans and whatever it is, pay for your apprenticeship.
Yeah.
Well, that's another program we need to fund through the Department of Education is to get the apprenticeship program going back again.
Instead of some of these useless federal jobs they have out there.
Ouch, Josh.
I think that's what the problem is Josh knows that. Look,
even Josh admitted the Department of State needs to pretty much be dismantled.
Yeah,
well, Josh knows that the Elon's coming for his fucking ladyboy compound, and he's fucking nervous, and that's why he's getting a little bit edgy about shit.
I hate to break the news to you, but I got a job offer with ATF and one other branch of government, but I'm considering the ATF one.
Oh, so you're going to work at the ATF store?
Oh, so he's going to be a
store.
He
called it a store.
The whole motherfucking
wow.
That's kind of what it is.
Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms should be a store.
Yeah, might as well.
Be a federal agency.
You know how much they would make money off that?
Jesus Christ, dude, they'd be making money hand over fist,
bro. I'm telling you, hey, sign me up if I get some.
Instead of trying to limit what we can get, they should be making money off of that shit, man. They've been in debt real quick,
and then put that
they could make
funding into what we really need.
ATF could make selling their confiscated firearms.
Shoot them at the auto auctions.
Not just the firearms, right? Like you realize that every fucking bar that exists or nightclub that serves alcohol is regulated by them as well, right?
Yeah.
Hold on. Don't forget the banquets. Don't forget the weddings.
Dude, could you imagine ATF sponsored fucking gun shows?
Damn.
Bro, you know what? I'd be like Tropic Thunder having a showcase and shit.
I'm not gonna lie. I got an arsenal, right? I wouldn't mind it getting bigger, so I might try to take some stuff home.
Well, did you see the ATF's latest announcement? Remember when they were taking those rare breed triggers from everybody? Going door to door?
I don't pay much attention to them. I said it's just
they
another
were calling
branch
them.
of government to me.
They tried to redefine the definition of machine gun.
Yeah, but they've always been doing that.
So people took these auto reset triggers that worked around the definition of machine gun. And the ATF didn't like it, so they went around and confiscated them door to door. Went around and confiscated them. Well, now they're sending them all back.
As they should. As they fucking should.
I think they should have to pay a fee for taking them in the first place, along with the return.
Oh yeah, absolutely, dude. They should.
Did they return them? Because usually it's the case that they like a good portion of them get destroyed.
No,
well, they should have to pay. They should have to.
They
compensate
announced
those
on their
people.
website that if we confiscated one from you, email us at this address so we can return it to you.
Yeah.
And I was going to say anyway, Josh, you act like the government is really efficient about destroying or removing anything. I mean, they just announced that the fucking government has a fucking warehouse of drugs from the fucking 80s.
Yeah,
they're getting ready to destroy.
Snowman, you know,
it's always
Josh
been
will be like Danny McBride. Y'all want to buy some drugs?
Fuck yeah,
dude. Could you imagine getting some of that? Could you?
Cocaine is. You know how pure that cocaine is in that warehouse?
I was going to say, could you imagine getting some of that George Young cocaine from the 80s?
Oh, dude, that ecstasy, that factory-made ecstasy. Oh my god, dude.
So what I'm talking about is, you remember Hurricane Katrina? They went in and they started like snagging a whole bunch of stuff. ATF was involved too, but they ended up like destroying. I want to say like some crazy weird number of just under a quarter, like if they took 200 guns, they basically ended up destroying 50. I don't know how they decided what, and I don't know how that works, right? But they ended up destroying. Now, later on, I guess there was a big civil suit, right? And they had to return it. And they ended up, I guess, supposedly reimbursing whatever financial. I don't know how they came up with the value of the weapons that got destroyed, but they ended up like financially compensating. I don't know if it's covered. I don't know like how that number comes about, but it's weird how they destroy shit. Like they don't just go through and immediately confiscate it. They're obligated to hold on to it for X amount of time, which apparently they didn't do. They ended up.
Josh, I just want you to know, if I ever get questioned about any of the shit that you told us, I'm ratting you the fuck out.
Yeah, straight the fuck up. Well, I'm throwing you in the fucking hole, man.
You can rat me out faster than fuck. I don't give a shit. Nor do they.
Yeah.
I've actually had people off of the I assume from YouTube call up the local embassy and report me for all kinds of weird shit. It has happened.
All right, Josh.
And hilarious too.
They didn't give you my real name, did they?
No, not yet.
Go ahead, OG. Go ahead, OG. Better talent. They can attract Aaron, Chaotic Truth, JV, teachers and professors and things like that. The other schools will be left with somebody like me, you know what I'm saying, who's less qualified than y'all. And then I'm just niggerish up there teaching them. So yeah, ultimately it exposes the less fortunate people to inequities.
CT, what's your take? That sounds pretty substantive what Sean said. What you think?
I'm sorry, what was the meme again?
Here we go.
All right, go to the first bullet. I'll read it one more time. CT, you gotta pay attention for the rest of the time. Damn, you sniffing this shit? You getting all that booger sugar?
No, not tonight. No, our public schools are foundational.
I'll read it. God damn it.
Go ahead.
It's in high quality.
Yeah. So I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. One, I don't have any kids. Two, I really believe that a lot of funding should be stripped away. The elimination of the Department of Education, I support it. And I saw like Maxine Waters, and I saw Chuck Schumer, and I saw all them old congressmen and women trying to get into the Department of Education. They're idiots. Or they are grifting. I have no idea. There was a time, Risky, that the education in America was number one on the planet. Now, that's what we were told. Yeah. Jimmy Carter, rest in peace, came in. He created the Department of Education. We went from 1 to 22. These kids don't care about math and science, which is important right now, which is paramount, the STEMs. But what Americans have always been good at in my opinion, is the trades. Defund, get rid of the Federal Department of Education, roll back, let the states take over, and implement more trade programs. And then allow parents. I'm not a parent. But please forgive me, guys. Please forgive me for saying this. You know, a lot of y'all kids ain't about to be goddamn quantum physicists. So
can I bring her up?
I knew it. I was gonna cut off. I didn't cut anybody off.
I'm sorry. No, it wasn't about what you
I
said.
had to explain it. It wasn't you, CT. It was me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Finish your thought.
So, all I'm saying is, and guys, mind you, I've been live streaming all day. I had a couple of drinks already, so you know. All I'm saying is that let's be serious here. Everybody doesn't need higher education. Truth be told, everybody doesn't even need to be in grade school. You know when a kid has a talent. Some kids need to be in the trades, right? Now we have AI coming in. AI is going to take over a lot of jobs. However, we all know that it's not going to take over plumbing. It may not take over the electrical. Being an electrician for years. Let some of these kids start learning the trades, and you teach your kids arithmetic and reading and writing for them to get along, right? I'm all for it. I'm all for this aspect of Project 2025 and Trump's other agenda to it. Was it Agenda 47 or was it 47? Whatever. But I'm all for it though. I'm all for that one. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. No. Sean, anything on that specifically?
Yeah, man. He said a whole lot of wild shit. That's beneath that of an alpha man. So look. So he says so eliminate the Department of Education and send it back to the states. Where's the funding going to come from, CT?
Property tax, like it always has, you big dummy.
The taxpayers within the state, sir.
So shitholes like Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, all those red states, what happens to those idiots that's there? So now look, you know us up north, we think they idiots anyway, right? A lot of times, right?
They're gonna get by just like they always have.
Now the dumb just get dumber, pretty much. Is that how it should go?
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that. It's just that the natural course has already taken place anyway. I mean, do the best and the brightest come from Arkansas anyway?
Maybe you need to be teaching them how to farm anyway. I mean, let's keep it a buck. Some of these places, these kids, like you said, we're put them in trades, teach them farming. Let's go back to teaching kids how to fucking, work.
Yeah.
You know, the wild thing about him, what makes him so disingenuous is that he just called Alabama and these other states fucking idiots.
Yeah, he did.
But prior, acknowledged that he was a damn idiot himself.
Well, guess what? Bentonville, Arkansas has the number 15 top ranked high school in America. You know what isn't above that? Any fucking school in the state of New York.
Right. He talks about the Northeast, how they think that everyone else is stupid, but then he already acknowledged that he's an idiot himself. When he said, "What schools are we going to? What the vouchers wouldn't help out idiots like me."
I literally see none of the top schools in America in the farther up than Pennsylvania. Dallas, Michigan, Georgia, California, Michigan, VA, Arkansas, North Carolina, Arizona, Florida, Tennessee, New Mexico, Alabama, California, Texas, New Jersey.
I don't understand. I mean, my question is how does he think all these schools got funded before the Department of Education?
Exactly.
He clearly didn't think that through when he even said his own statement. So clearly, talking about a guy who was, considered a retired, was it
New York
DD or
doesn't even
vice
break
lord or
the
whatever.
list. New York doesn't even break the list until number 26.
I can tell you how it happened in the South. Football.
That's
Football
a fact, dude.
programs.
I know the sports programs, the sports program, the football program, and at the school I went to, man, that was huge. Brought in a lot of money. There were a lot of boosters for a lot of shit, for band boosters, football boosters, fucking basketball team boosters.
Yep. And I went straight to the school.
I just don't understand how people want to have a discussion on a topic, want to sound intelligent, want to insult people as idiots, but also acknowledge that they're idiots themselves.
Come on, B-baller. This is what most of the left does, though.
They think they're better. They're not. Listen,
well, they think they're better because they're acknowledging their ignorance.
Well, they're not like us. That's what they're trying to say. I'm better because I can see it. You can't see it with why.
But here's my problem with this whole social media thing. If he just acknowledged he's an idiot on that show, are idiots listening to idiots?
Yes. 100%.
Absolutely.
So idiots are listening to idiots and then trying to sound smart about other people by insulting them and calling them idiots.
There you go.
Jesus. Dude,
remember, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that thing with like the coolest guy in the fucking lamest class, right? Same shit. It's a guy trying to be the coolest out of the dumb bunch, and then they're gonna be falling like sheep and herd and cattle.
I used to, something. I used to watch Risky too, and
I used to too, and I stopped watching him when he blew up.
Because once he blew up, then he started to have
different conversations,
right? Different conversations, and his panelists always seem to be the same. Like you're getting no new people, no new viewpoints in this.
Well, if you think about it, his new panelists have taken over what the show used to be.
Wait, what new panelists?
No, dude, no. These are new compared to what the original show was before it got big. There was different people on.
Oh yeah, there were girls, there were females there.
Well, no, they're still around. Those people still linger.
Because if you recall, what it used to be was he would start the show with the
females on there.
No, he didn't. He didn't cape for him. What he would do is he would let the women he'd let the women put a premise out, and then he'd let the men come up and then basically smoke questions or comment.
Those women are still there. The difference is that either one, if he's not doing an all female perspective show, or he lets the females set the premise for the men. That's the only thing. Nothing else has changed.
Well, I think the quality of discussion has changed quite drastically.
The discussion has definitely changed. And now
as a guy who's a DJ who understands the whole market and everything, what's the first thing he already automatically knows, because is already known up front by any promotion? First, you get the ladies, and the niggas is gonna follow. Get them first. Have them even mention words first. The men are gonna follow suit. They're gonna come in with either contention or they're gonna agree. But either way, if you have the women locked in, keyed in first, I'm not mad at his hustle.
I'm not mad at it either. It's just his show ain't for me anymore.
That actually become a big contentious.
I'm not mad at the hustle. I'm mad at the way it's
right.
I ain't mad at the hustle either. The show just isn't my cup of tea anymore. I'll stop by every now and see if they're saying something that piques my interest, but most generally I'm there for 5 minutes and I bounce.
Honestly, this is the whole reason why I even backed out. Like, I don't mind a conversation now and again, but this is the reason why I backed away from the entire space, because even if you don't have the women on the context of it, you know what the whole conversation is based around?
Dick and pussy.
Women.
Even
when men are talking about what a man should do, it's on the premise of how valuable they are to a woman.
It's changing a little bit more. They're not doing that as much now. It's about which generation has fucked things up. They do that an awful lot.
Yeah, they have been doing that.
So I've already said this, and I probably I know I had to talk with Mama, definitely Josh, probably even Marcus, but I've even said this with OG. Like, the panel spaces have the same talking points.
All of them.
Literally, I did a stream on 7 deadly sins, and there are literally 7 sins of being on a panel. It's the same 7 topics.
No way.
Yes.
Well, but also, when he's talking about states, right? Liberals run the education system in all the states they're in. Doesn't matter if it's a conservative state.
Have you guys noticed how it seems like all the schools are getting overran by these fucking by the alphabet mafia too?
Oh well, we've all known that.
I'm saying like the teachers, the administration, like it's like they're hiring nothing but the alphabet mafia.
Yes,
because those that cannot breed to maintain their numbers must recruit.
But it's even that. We even have it in the same, Mayo. You seen it. Those who cannot do teach.
Yep.
Think about that for a moment.
It's one of the easiest degrees you can get.
Dude, I don't know how to teach people the shit that I do. I just know how to do it.
You don't even need to get a degree for it in most places now. They've overrode that because they're so short of teachers.
Mm-hmm. My area has.
You know, and guess what? The NEA, which is a very progressive organization, runs education in America, no matter what state.
So
that's the teachers union.
So
that needs to be abolished too, really.
I think all public sector unions need to be abolished.
The thing that's been said about today, that's been known about a lot of different places, that they say the writing is on the wall. Unfortunately, people have gotten so used to invisible ink that even when it's written right out front of their face, they don't believe what they see.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's like what Morpheus told Neo when they were walking through the simulation. You know, that there's going to be there's people that you can set free and are okay, but then there's going to be other people that are so dependent upon the simulation and the matrix that they will resist tooth and nail to stay the same because they can't have their reality changed.
Oh yeah.
Well, their whole identity is based in their reality.
I'm glad you said that because we're gonna go to reality right now.
Oh, that's JP. Oh,
man.
No.
Anyone with a physical handicap.
Look at all them racist white people serving that food. Goddamn.
No way.
That's JP showing his kids.
They are not there. No way.
They are.
Hold on, Resla, hold on. He was trying to teach him to be. Wait till he get it. Hold on, Resla.
This motherfucker's filming everything. What the hell is wrong?
My goodness, no.
Yeah, she like tater tots.
Oh, I gotta give me a drink.
Dude, if he was doing this 15 years ago, he'd be on Oprah.
Yeah, that corn.
That's corn.
Not the mac and cheese. The corn.
No, that ain't no mac and cheese.
That's not mac. Giblets, bro. That's giblets.
Sloppy Joe's
cookie.
You want to wait, Chuck?
Everything bought straight out of big can.
Heifer, why you being picky? They all the same
chocolate chip cookie.
Come on now.
You know why?
Come on, bro. That's SOS right there, bro. You know what I'm saying?
So you know why I feel kind of conflicted about this whole thing?
I'll take one of those raspberry.
Because I know
raspberry. You hear me? Yeah.
Take 2 cups.
One for her, yeah.
I know these people are here to help, and I know that there's students, people that need this. But the fact that JP is streaming it,
he's trying to negotiate extra. He's literally. Oh my goodness.
JP is such a fucking waste of perfectly good air.
This would be embarrassing to some people.
The kids.
He's a dangerous man because the things that would embarrass people.
Wait, please pause. Is this the person? Is this the person who's representing us? Is this the stuff that we need highlighted and saying this is the? Because not from
this is look. This is the community, dude. This is the black community.
A lot of people follow him, but they highlight this motherfucker like he is showing the most prominent ways to be as a black person. And
this is the black community too. This is your
the problem I
representative.
have.
This is yo people.
Wait, not for that. But here's the part instead of ignoring him, they glorify him.
Yes. Wait, and that's the major difference between the cultures.
Hold on, Resla. He was teaching the kids to be humble. That's why he took them there.
No, you don't do that.
Out of
Thank
here.
you.
Oh, hell no.
No, that's what he said on his live stream. That's what he
Yeah,
said.
what he says. Go back to the concept of who's glorifying him. For every one person that you name that claims to be glorifying JP, I'll give you 5 names. Content creators that basically bash this fucker left and right.
No. You say no. You cannot say you bash him, but you literally highlight him every other day.
Yeah, they constantly making fun. And again, this is one of the issues that exist within society in general.
Hey, these motherfuckers gave him his crown.
Could you say that they're quote bashing him, right? Not if the idea that now to the point where they're and I said this even to the point with other content creators. If you highlight him, if literally the majority, the bulk of your show is always talking about him, you glorify him. You're not shitting on him because quite frankly, you're highlighting him. The way how I've always been taught, whether it's about older people to even people in corporate, is that the worst thing you can do, even to your enemy, is ignore them. You do not shine a light on them.
Would we be talking about a group called the Untouchables that for like a year and a half did nothing but basically, I guess, air everything about him?
Sir, you're making my point. Because you know what I don't do? Talk about the Untouchables.
Well, I do.
You're making my point.
But I talk about all kinds of groups for whatever
the
reason.
reason why they're relevant is because you keep
You still commit to it, Josh.
You make them relevant. You make
dummy.
them
relevant.
You are spreading it farther by promoting them and showing them.
Oh, hell, they're going to have to get their standards.
Me
somewhere.
personally, I know exactly what I'm doing. That's why every time I share something about JP, I do it with intention. I want him to be seen.
You cannot build standards. You cannot build a negative influence of something that you have not acknowledged and not been bear witness to.
And with him, and with
That's a whole fact.
You highlight bad behavior and therefore make it relevant.
Yeah, and you think that you're shaming him. You're not. It's not shaming him. He's just going right back out there with the camera. It makes him stronger.
Shame. You can't shame him.
He has no shame.
Dude has no morals. What are you talking about?
You turn around and say, look at this, but then you'll turn around and say things like this. Look at this. Look how bad this looks. And then you'll turn around and say, it's entertaining as fuck. You highlight him. You glorify him.
I do highlight him. I want everybody to see JP.
You just described exactly what LA says about him every fucking time he goes on.
I absolutely like him being put on blast, along with a bunch of other people.
Because that's how you get.
Yeah, now we just need to find more people to put you on blast.
And again,
I get put on blast all the time. What are we talking about?
When we say someone is entertaining, we look at that as a good thing, not a bad thing.
Yeah, but that's a society.
Crackers are fucking entertaining.
And see, this goes back.
No,
to what
sir,
I am not
I am not a JP. I don't take my kids to fucking soup kitchens for dinner.
This goes back to what I said earlier. This is the content that's out there now. You have to decide whether you want to go with it or not. Joshua says that he wants to go with it because it's entertaining. A lot of people don't, and when you do highlight them like this, you're condoning this kind of behavior.
And honestly, I say the same thing about fucking balloon pop and all that bullshit.
This is the equivalent. This is the equivalent. I'm just gonna put it as nasty as but this
good
is
point, Mayo.
The equivalent of saying that you find excitement in paying homeless people to fight each other.
Oh, I would
definitely. Or I'll give you
definitely pay for
you know
tickets.
what? You know what? And these homeless people got something out of that. They got paid. That's the difference.
This is not. This is.
Those bums got paid.
The difference in this, Mayo, is that we learned that you don't need to get. People have learned because of the internet. You don't need to make money to have power because it's called influence. Influence can get you into doors without any dollars ever being in your pocket.
That's
fact. Without any education or actual skill, too.
So I know the internet is what the
because
internet
what do we say? It's not about what you know. It's about who you know and who knows you.
Okay, so I've acknowledged, and I there's nothing we can do about it. People are going to show it. So Joshua, that wasn't a dig at you. I know you watch it. We're watching it now. We watch Balloon Pop. It is what it is, right?
Balloon Pop's gay as
bothers what bothers me about this is the person on the other side, right? In this situation right here, people watch him. They talk shit about him. They say that what he's doing is despicable, but he is not only continuing to do it, but he's promoting it to other people who could be watching. And what he's doing is just gross. It is gross. It is perpetuating that. He's normalizing
that
it.
behavior.
He's normalizing it. And then he's also, like, your children are involved in here. You have a camera and you're bringing them to a food bank and saying, I'm going to teach them a lesson. And then having them sit there, you're putting this on the internet for people to see that this is what lessons you're teaching your kids. It's not only shameful, but to me, it's borderline abuse. You don't do that to kids, man. Leave these kids off the camera.
Well, we tend to agree, except for I also promote
don't
the idea
ID
that
everybody
people
at the
should be
homeless
failure.
shelter in a fucking video.
Yeah, there might be some people. There might be some people in there that don't want people knowing they're in a fucking shelter.
Yep, and he's done that many times before too. He'll put a camera in front of somebody's face, and they just working at their job at a register at Walmart. He's done it.
I thought it was hilarious when he was at the courthouse and he was in the bathroom and he was trying to give a guy career advice to be a better criminal. That shit was fucking hilarious.
Say what?
Yeah, they were
talking to that guy out front about this DUI.
Yeah, that's the same guy that was in the bathroom. He was trying to give him better advice on how to get away with shit, being a better criminal and stuff. Yo, it's just fucking hilarious, bro.
I watched
him. They're trying to teach him how to be a better criminal, sir.
Yeah, he was. Stop. Don't be trying to cape for him, OG. He was trying to make him be.
Bro,
he said, "Hey man,
OG, what was really going on?
You better learn to avoid to learn the damn rules and laws and stuff like that."
He took an improv interview with the nigga while he was in the bathroom, and he took the interview all the way outside. And the crazy part about it is, like I kept on saying during the whole thing, the nigga told JP everything about him in his system.
Yeah,
they was going through. I'm like, bro, you don't open up to people you just met at the toilet. Like, you don't do that.
That's
like,
crazy. That's crazy.
Sometimes you just got to learn how to keep your mouth closed. But JP is we seen him go to the dollar store. Somebody said it earlier. We seen him go to Walmart. The dude is just that little gap in his mouth, bro, and the way that he smiled, they just be talking to that nigga, bro. And I don't understand why. So
sometimes it's awkward when he went to Walmart.
CSI.
When he went to Walmart and he was shopping for his kids, he had the camera on the guy behind the register. It was a kid. It must have been like 20, 21 years old. And the kid was really, really socially awkward. Right. And I felt bad because all he wanted, it was like late at night, and all he wanted to do was get his job, and go home with him. And JP's got the camera in his face, and he goes, and again, the kid's socially awkward. He looked at him and said, "By the way, are you a boy or a girl?" And the guy was like, "Dude, I'm a boy." He was like, "You might want to put a little bass in your voice or something."
Damn.
Like that. Just like, damn,
that's
JP,
crazy.
what the fuck you doing?
So he's gonna fuck around one of these days and have somebody slap that camera out of his hand and beat the fuck out of him.
So even taking his kids and saying that he's trying to humble them, what would y'all want to see out of this video? Because I haven't watched this. I just heard about it, so I just said I clicked on it. I want to see what was going on.
I want to see it. Does he actually talk to them about what they're doing and actually make a point of the lesson to be learned?
Right, just looks like a meal right now.
Because to me, what it looks like is he didn't have the money to buy him lunch, so he took him to a soup kitchen.
Right.
He also picked up bag groceries too there. Did you see them Cheerios and shit in the bag on the table? He got that shit there too.
Wait, and you can't say you're humbling them. You can't say you're humbling kids if you're literally already eating like that. Now let me say that again.
Not according to JP. Not according to JP.
If you are already eating like that, you're not humbling your kids.
This might be an upgrade to what they eat. I don't know.
It is. It is. I've never seen them have a fucking meal with vegetables.
Wait a minute, OG. You mean that banana pudding?
No.
Wait a minute. He put that catfish on the stovetop?
No, OG.
Wait a minute. That pasta on the pot pan?
Plant. I'm gonna call a nugget a nugget. I'm gonna call a flower a flower. If you're already living this type of life, you're not showing your kids anything different.
Damn. I understand.
The only thing you're teaching them is how to get shit for free and get over on the system.
It's all right. OG put his cape on. OG put his cape on.
I ain't even said nothing. I ain't got a chance to, Marcus. Why you said it? Just saying shit. Let me say something first, and then say I put my cape on.
Okay, don't hate on Marcus for embracing his inner white man.
Yeah, okay. I was trying to be my inner black man. I was trying to be ignorant. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Stay ignorant. Look, I want y'all to realize something, and this is just me. Now I know that what we see on this plate ain't too much more than what JP can cook himself and better. You know what I'm talking about? That corn ain't what that is. Them tater tots ain't what that is. That's Jerry out of a can, nigga, with bread. Understand that that's not nothing special on there. So I get what you're saying when you're saying that they probably got a vegetable because they don't eat, but he don't cook vegetables at his house. That's cool and understand that. You're right about that. Hold on. But when you're talking about the food wise, yeah, his kids is eating way better than that. Tater tots and what you call it, nigga. They had catfish the other day, nigga, with some type of linguine pasta stuff that he made, even though it was trashly made. Don't get me wrong. Listen here. When I say trashly made, I'm saying by our standards. We looked at the man make the stuff. We didn't believe it can be done.
No,
and it was. And we all said it was going to a toilet.
I didn't see it.
All I'm saying is, do we witness him having a discussion with his children to share with them the significance of them being humbled at the fucking food line?
I haven't seen it at all. I just clicked on it.
OG, he already stated he doesn't know. He hasn't seen it. We're all watching it firsthand.
Yeah, I'm just. I don't think nobody's seen the whole thing.
Okay, well, let's watch
Marcus. Now, see, look at you, Marcus. Look at you. I gotta mess with Marcus now because Marcus over cutting it. I like it. Yeah, you keep on cutting that thing. I like it. No, but for real though, so do y'all disagree with this or agree with this? What y'all seeing right now so far?
I'm still gonna hold what I said, but I'm leaning towards Snowman because the lesson has to be in the actual discussion to your kids. Because if this is what you're just doing for the hell of it, there's no different from you just. I can eat very well, but if I go to the circus or whatever and I eat popcorn and I eat hot dogs, which is considered low level shit, what's the difference?
I don't know. I sort of still disagree with this.
All right, go ahead, Bob.
They listen. He doesn't have much money right now. He has nothing, right? Like they said, if you look the way he lives right now, the way he cooks for them, like what is he teaching them now that they can get a meal? I don't see how this is something that is that like, you know how when you misbehave and somebody puts you into that scared straight program and they send you to the jail so that you can see what life is going to be like there, and all of those people come there and shout at you so that you can understand this isn't where you want to be. Are you telling me he's telling them that this is not where they want to be because right now where they are is so much better?
Snowman, you're literally there with me, Snowman. We want to understand if there actually is going to be a lesson instilled. That's what you're right. We're all questioning that part.
Like how I humbled my son. How I humbled my son when he was 6 years old. He's being a little peckerhead, and he was pissing me and his mom off. So we made him take all of his action figures that he loved so much, took him down to the fucking shelter, and made him hand them out to the fucking kids that didn't have nothing.
How about this?
And I'm gonna let you know, OG, because we all haven't seen it. You haven't seen it as well. If he manages to do that. If he manages to really do that, not just say, well, this is how people we live. Don't y'all feel better? No. If he actually does say something meaningful, I will wholeheartedly concede that he did so.
I will
but you already know I'm not a fan of this motherfucker.
And the only thing in my eyes, the only thing he's doing is teaching his daughters how to be dependent upon someone else.
But my point, Snowman, my point is that if he does it, I will acknowledge it.
So will I.
Okay, so Butterfly just made a great point there, and I'm gonna go off of it. So he says, "What do you do? What are you calling nothing? He's not homeless." A better message to him would have been if he would have bought a freaking tent and sat outside in a tent with kids so they could see what homelessness looks like. He has a home right now and they eat. You mean to tell me that he's teaching them a lesson to let them know that they could be eating, instead of the catfish that he makes or whatever, that they could eating a full meal that includes sloppy Joe tater tots and corn?
This is crazy, Butterfly. I didn't know living average was bougie.
What are we doing?
I didn't know average was bougie.
Yeah, I didn't know a Section 8 house is bougie.
That's crazy.
What are we doing here, man? This is not teaching them a lesson.
Well, see, before I got ready to play it, that's the next thing I was going to ask y'all.
Butterfly went to the school of Sugar Bum. He on some bullshit.
Damn. So what would y'all do again if this was you? If this was y'all out here and y'all wanted to make this point, what would be the talk that you would have with your kids to prove your point through with this situation?
Well, the first thing I'd ask is, why do you know why we and all these people are here?
Okay, I like that.
Before we even walk in there, that's the conversation before we even walk in there. So that they already got themselves.
Well, it got to be a lesson out of it, though. So what? We understanding that we already teaching them, we letting them know why we're here, and you know what I'm saying, what these people are doing here. And all.
Okay, so we know why we're here, and we know the reason, the purpose for being here. What now we got to talk about what we're going to do to not end up here again.
But hold on. Before you do that,
the end lesson at the end of the day is gratitude.
But you can't even get to that point because you've taken there and you're letting them eat. And right now, if I'm looking at this, they don't look like they dislike it. It doesn't look like a place of embarrassment or shame. So you have to find out whether they even like that.
They're taking it like it's a field trip.
Because if it's just a field trip where they get a meal, you're not teaching them shit.
No, for all they know, it's just another. For all they know, it could be just be another restaurant.
No, not even just another restaurant. No, thank you, Mayo. Because I'm gonna say, if this is the same food that they receive at their public school, what are you teaching them?
Nothing.
Sloppy Joe's, tater tots, and canned corn. How is it different from public school?
At 8 years old, I would say I want to be homeless if that's what they're going to be feeding me.
Dude, to me, that shit looks like that looks like the shit they give you in county jail if you want to keep it.
No, I'm not trying to be that way. I'm not trying to say that. But if you're saying that this is rock bottom, every freaking 9-year-old's going to accept that. That's cool.
No, bro.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
You need to stop, bro.
I'm not talking about
GP. I'm talking about kids. I'm talking about kids, bro. You need to stop.
Yeah, but OG.
No, what I'm saying is,
chicken breast on a plate and some fucking broccoli, and what plate is that kid gonna take? You gonna take that tray or that plate?
I'm gonna take that tray. I give you that, but that ain't what I agree with that part. But I'm saying to be baller, like, nah, bro. It's kids. They microwave, bro. These motherfucking kids. I got nieces and nephews right now, bro. They be cooking eggs in a microwave. These motherfuckers are slow and retarded. They eat dumb. Nigga, that's what I'm telling you. They ain't smart like us, bro. So we giving them a little too much credit.
They not like us.
So what's the lesson then OG? What's the lesson they're learning right now? Right now, just eating that. What are they learning?
You on point?
What you gonna say? Throw that fucking
the food aspect. I'm just telling you that you giving them a little bit too credit. You giving them palate. They palate a little bit better, nigga. They will survive, nigga, off a piece of Hot Pockets, nigga. They don't need nothing else. These niggas don't know how to do nothing.
That's why I'm saying this isn't the lesson to do. You want to teach them about homelessness and how things could be really bad. Go buy a tent or go get a tent. Go outside.
I said I stick with you on that point. You know what I'm saying? Like
my kids think my kids think tent camping is fun.
If you want to humble them, make bag lunches and go hand them out to homeless people.
See, that's something my son has done. See, my son actually goes out for the last fucking probably last 5 years now. He goes out with his mom, and a couple times a year they work at a soup kitchen.
Every Christmas, I used to make a bunch of bag lunches, and I'd go to one of the Walmarts here and make a deal to buy every fucking sleeping bag in the store with the manager. And I'd drive around Christmas Eve and give that shit out.
I mean, not for nothing. The biggest lessons are something that's done either. It's not done from like just because you're doing it, but it's done from the response of the thing that you're doing and how it affects other people. So this is the way how I'm looking at it right now. Even when you look at Anton, right? His earliest videos when he just turned around and said he gave like $1 or $5, whatever, simply with a sign up just talking about hugs. The transaction that happens between the giveaway, but just for the how it made other people feel by him being there. What are these little girls learning? This is what we have to learn. This is what we're gonna figure out in this video. Because if they just did this and he just turned around and say, "Don't y'all feel better for just being where you are right now?" They're not getting that unless you can actually tangibly have them experience that, actually grasp the concept. Telling people doesn't mean they grasp the concept.
See, what I see them learning in this is
emotional response.
You know what they're learning in this, Resla? They're learning that if the chips are down and they can't figure out where to go eat, to go talk to the white man and they'll feed them.
Oh, Lord.
But the point I'm saying is that if you turn around and say, isn't it good to hit rock bottom? But let's just say these little girls go to public school. What I just saw right there, what they just grabbed right now is no different from what's in public school.
Yep.
Nothing.
That's just a regular weekday lunch.
That's a regular day.
All right, let's get this going. But one more thing. I see Slim wants just to move on with this, but I think all that we said is true. What really makes it worse is that he's filming it and he's putting his content out there for everybody to see. That's where I start to go. That's a problem for me. Like,
well, he did film all of his and Flora's marriage.
Right, but then the message is kind of lost that you're trying to help when it's content. It's content.
It's got nothing to teach them kids anything.
It's content.
Well, like I said,
trying to make money.
Yeah, this is a Sticky. This is a food line. I haven't been here in years. Yeah, teachable moment. Take food from the mouths of people who actually can't afford it. You don't agree with this. You have means to get them. This is just a one-day thing. Y'all tripping.
See, that's one of my problems too, right?
One day.
Yeah, it's just one day, right?
Yeah, what do you talk to them? What lesson are you teaching them, you big dumbass?
And he don't take advice from people.
Angry snowman. He can't hear you, bro. He's eating his food, bro. Let him eat his food.
Yes, right. Yeah.
Okay. Watch the white people feed him some milk, his kids some milk.
Okay, so thank you.
Look at him. This fool.
Ain't no shame in his game. Hey, he's teaching them a lesson. You respect it, all right?
Hey, ain't that good, kids?
But what's the lesson? Tell your kids what the lesson is.
Yeah,
I know what he's gonna say. He's gonna say, "Kids, I forgot."
He just read a comment from his chat, and he just disregarded any kind of wisdom they made again. He just throws it away.
Yeah.
They still make good food.
Yeah.
What's he saying?
He said they make good food.
What's he saying?
B-baller, you know what he wants to say, B-baller, because the meme.
Oh Lord, JB.
You know what I just heard right now, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I'm waiting for him to cuss out his own kids. Sit your ass the fuck down now.
They in there knocking their cookie back.
That's what good morning, y'all. Especially when I first turned 18.
You look just like them. Both of them look just like
What the fuck are you teaching them? You're not even talking to them.
Sir, I don't know what you're talking about, Angry Snowman. This is growth right here. This is growth.
The one next to her, being the parent.
This is called character carving right here. All right, this is character carving.
Listen to butterflies effing up out there.
Look, watch your kid watching you, not watching your kid, but watching viewers.
It should be all over the place. Right?
All right, so we're gonna let JP finish his food, and let's see if he starts
Put
giving
this in double time.
She said, "Let him finish his food."
And let him finish his food.
This dude ain't shit, y'all.
And see if he'll start talking to him. But we ain't gonna do that now.
No, now he's got to fucking burp and fart and go take a piss.
Let's get past that too. Let's get him when they outside.
I know what he's gonna say. What the hell is he gonna talk about? What was I gonna say?
From the age of 16 to about 30.
See, pause this right now. Pause it. Instead of talking to his fucking camera, he should have been telling that to his fucking daughters when they were eating dinner.
That is true.
He was eating.
Where is he not holding his kids' hands at all right now?
No.
Oh my God, he got 3 girls, bro. They can hold each other's hands, sir.
Wow.
Watch your ball roll by or a fucking balloon.
Just wait till CPS pulls up. Wait till CPS pulls up.
Got a string on one of them. You know what I'm saying? Come here.
This ninja said, "Get a string."
How you do it? Do you put a string? I don't have no kids. I mean, we y'all with the kids. Who got
Yeah.
Do you have a string for your kid?
Yo, I was just gonna say, can you get a whistle? Just get a whistle real quick.
Real talk.
I got 4 kids and I got 4 strings. Yes, sir.
He said, "You know what? Let me get some walkie-talkies. Let me get a pair of walkie-talkies."
Get back here. It's like,
Let's all get on channel. Let's all get on channel 1.
Me and my son do have a set of walkie-talkies for when he's in the house and I'm out in the garage and his mom ain't here.
Yeah, but one thing is when you're gonna definitely take him to freaking, when you're gonna take him to the damn fucking what's that shit called again? The homeless shelter. Eat there.
Yeah, the
Come
free
on
buffet.
now.
This is
Free
better than-
buffet.
He basically showing them that's better than Golden Corral.
OG, you see what David put? He's using his kids to preach to others. God damn.
What exactly is the contention here?
If this is a teachable moment, why didn't he have the conversation that he's having with his chat right now with his kids and teach them the lesson? He should have been sharing this story, this information with them. This should have been a private teachable moment at that if it was really a teachable moment.
He shared plenty of information, none of it based on what he said, but he shared plenty of information.
Uh-oh. The Josh coming through.
What did he teach his kids?
Now we're making excuses.
I don't know about the kids, right?
What information did he give his kids to make this a legitimate teaching moment for them kids?
I don't know his kids to know what they would or would not learn. I don't go around pretending.
What, did you listen? Did you watch the stream? No, dude, it doesn't matter what his fucking. It doesn't matter what his fucking kids know.
I do not care how another.
Joshua's making excuses. Joshua's making excuses.
Unless you believe that you should have.
You need to, because the whole point of this fucking stream is he's supposed to be teaching his kids a lesson.
Yeah. So now you've engaged in the same fucking gossip that everybody else does. This is why I love this motherfucker, because he brings out the real fucking people.
Josh, I'm calling Cap. I'm
calling
Cap.
Josh.
Everybody wants to.
I didn't want to do that.
I don't want to do it.
And look, this is why you can't trust.
Scene,
dude, this is why you can't trust the fucking Fed.
Hey, come on now, Marcus.
I'm calling Cap on this one.
What are we doing here?
Didn't want to do it. Didn't want to do it.
Everybody is judging him based on how he raises his kids. Yet, you never let one of these other fuckers on any of these panels go in there and tell you how to raise your kids. Two-faced are.
Well, that's because I'm not going online fucking taking my kids to a fucking soup kitchen, claiming it's a teachable moment and then not teach.
What? Okay, fuck it. Shirley Temple.
Why the fuck should we care about Shirley Temple right now?
Because she was abused by Hollywood.
Her parents put her on TV. I mean, obviously the internet wasn't a thing back in the 30s, but what are we talking? We've always done this.
Dude, you're missing my fucking point because you want to talk and argue and not shut the fuck up, dude. Look, if you read the fucking top of the thing, this is supposed to be a teachable. I'm at the food line teaching my kids to be humble and where I came from. But he didn't teach his kids none of that shit.
Did he come from a soup kitchen?
Oh my fucking
They
Josh!
ate
I
at a
swear
soup
to
kitchen.
Josh, I swear to fucking Christ, I ever see you in real life, I'm a bitch slap the fuck out of you.
Wait.
That's my purse. I don't know you.
Even so,
you.
Josh, even so, did he explain to his kids that he came from a soup kitchen?
I have no idea or care what he explained to his children.
You do, but you know what he did because he put it out here. The problem is we can all talk about this.
The dude is on the internet. He's basically like his own reality TV show.
Right. So we all saw it. We all witnessed it.
And he's also trying to give out certain advice too.
So, and he's also getting donations, super chats, and all that kind of bullshit from it too.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, because he has no fucking shame and
What's your
begs.
point? What's your point in him?
What's the issue here?
Jesus Christ!
He's
The
monetizing.
fact that you have to ask that, then there you go. That's the problem. Even more.
The fact that you're sitting here judging us for judging someone else who put himself on YouTube to be judged.
Open for criticism and critique.
Yet here starts the point, right? Where does that end?
When he stops fucking putting shit on the internet to be judged.
Hold up. Do you believe there should be laws? Would you consider this child abuse? That kind of thing?
Hey, Joshua, did you?
No, I just expect when someone says that they're teaching their kids something to actually see him teaching his kids something.
You think that people say the truth on the internet?
No, but we watched it.
We're talking about his claim.
We literally watched it. His claim.
Josh, you're losing this one.
Hey, you gotta hold the L. You gotta hold the L, Josh. You gotta hold the L.
You're watching
You gotta hold the L, Josh.
Countless fucking clips and saying, "Oh,
you gotta hold the L, Josh."
So I think the guy should do exactly what it should do because it's not really about his kids. It's actually about us.
No, it's about himself.
Well, I mean, he's getting benefits from it regardless.
Yes, so the main thing is himself, not us.
Which would be another teaching lesson, right? If a person that apparently has a home and food can just walk into a soup kitchen and get food, right?
If he turned around and tell his daughters, "This is where I came from." It's not about us.
I think Josh just likes sucking big black dick.
I think you guys are the same things that you judge.
You are too.
You know what? That may be the case. You know what? I will accept that I am what I judge.
Okay, so that's fair. No. How are you judging us when you say you highlight him and you?
I just said us. Am I not inside of the group of us?
No, you're fed.
Right, but we're judging him, and you're sitting here saying you're
the whole fact.
Telling us that
I was getting ready to say what we learned, but I mean, hell, you guys want to focus on the kids? Okay.
And I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Josh is not completely wrong in what he's saying.
He is. He's fucking
I hate to say this. Let me tell you why he's not wrong. Can you read the title, somebody up there? If you're
already
on
read
top of
it.
the screen, then what did it say then? Whoever just said that.
Is it
said at the food line, teaching my kids to be humble on where I came from. Y'all agree or disagree? He isn't teaching his kids nothing.
Okay,
he just sat down to eat, though.
Anger Snowman. You just read that completely, sir. And what Josh just got through telling y'all niggas is exactly what you just got through reading, and why you don't understand that. Or why you keep on getting stuck on the part that you want to get stuck on. And we cool with it because you was cooking on it, and I let you cook on it because you was making sense. But the question is to y'all. He's asking y'all, do we agree or disagree, sir? And I
disagree with what is he asking? Do we agree or disagree with
this methods on what he's doing? And we already said that we disagree. But if the point was, if he can sit there, like Resler was saying, and you were saying, sir, which I agree with, if he can sit there and communicate this to them, then it might change my mind and be like, okay, but did we see him do that?
We did not.
No. So to that point, it's still, the question is to us. And we answered the question because we wanted to see that what the effects was going to do if he did do something, which was speak to them and let them know the things that he was supposed to have been teaching them about this moment, about going to get some free food at a place where they serve free food at to people who's homeless.
That's correct, OG. He hasn't done that yet. He's been
he hasn't done it.
That's why I'm saying, like,
and
you're right.
And the conversation that he's about to have with his audience, he should have had with his daughters.
I agree with
that.
And I agree with that. I agree with that point. But Josh is still on the point that he's asking us about his teachers and why he should do that. And we are to
but
destroy
the thing
that.
is JP don't give a fuck what any of us think. Even if everybody told him that what he did
so
was,
why should he give a fuck about what we think?
Well, he said JP doesn't give a fuck what we think, and then you said, so why should he give a fuck what we think? Well, I mean,
and that's really the wrong question. Like, what? Why? The question is not about that. It's not about the fact that JP doesn't give a fuck about what we think. Because again, the truth of the matter that when we're looking at him, we don't give a fuck about what he thinks. We're really having a conversation about, is he going to practice what he preached? And he didn't do that.
Facts.
That's a whole fact.
Well, we definitely ain't seen it, and he's saying some shit right now that ain't going to his and that has nothing to do with his kids. It's trying to tell us more of the information, like, again, which makes me think that when people say that he just went up there for a free meal, doesn't make it might be correct.
It also makes him a liar, because if he's teaching why is he teaching his kid and he's telling us? It looks like he just wanted to make
that's
content
what I'm
for us.
saying. So
yeah.
It just make it seem like you went up there for a free meal. So when I hear somebody say, no, that nigga just went up there for a free meal, I can't be like, I don't think he went up there for a free meal. Yeah, it looks like it. Because he explained nothing to them girls about why they was there. He's telling us about it, but he's steady asking us, do we agree with what he's doing? Well, to serve what you're doing, we disagree with.
Right.
So far, the only thing it looks like you did was you took your kids out to a free lunch, and now you're talking to us and telling us about it.
Right. So the two things he did was he got a free meal and he made some content that he can put up online. That's it. And then in the freaking title, it says, I'm teaching my kids to be humble. And I agree or disagree? No, I disagree, because you didn't do that. What you did was you got a free meal and now you put it up here so that you can get content. There was nothing good about what he did.
That's why Josh got to hold the L. Josh got to hold the L.
Yeah, because unless the good thing is that he made content, then fine.
B-Bar got it. He got it.
Morning, boys.
There's
How you
plenty of
doing,
things
boys and girls?
good about this.
How you doing, Dave?
God bless you all this morning.
Apparently,
I got a question for you boys very quickly.
We now know that the average person who has a home and who can or has food in the refrigerator can walk into a soup kitchen and get food.
Can I ask you boys, do you think it's humble to sit in front of a camera anywhere? So if you took that at the food line, teaching my kids to be humble, couldn't he be anywhere ever staring at his phone, looking at all of his viewers, receiving, like, getting adoration and respect from all these people, all this attention? Is that teaching kids? Is that going to be teaching kids to be humble? Because
not at all.
At the food line, teaching my kids to be humble and where I came from. So, like, I'm sure he taught his kids where he came from, but he certainly didn't teach them to be humble.
Well, and I guarantee you, what his first sentence out of his mouth to teach his kid where he came from was not, I came from a soup kitchen.
So if you want to teach them to be humble, you'd say, look at all these people here. look at how they serve us. You know, look at how they look after us, and you should be grateful for that food that's going into your mouth. Save every mouthful of that food, because that food is precious. That food comes from God. You know, that's been provided for you. That's how you teach a kid to be humble, not sit on the internet. But to be fair, though, he has taught his little kids to eat with their mouth closed. So, you know, they do have some like, you know, they do have some etiquette, you know. So I'm not going to ignore them, man. None of them were like, there was none of that going on, you know.
No, dude, I guarantee you it was those girls' aunts or uncles or something that taught him that shit.
We don't know, man. We don't know. He could be a man of utmost etiquette, but you know,
that motherfucker walks around and spits all around his house. There ain't no way he taught his girls to sit with their mouth closed.
I've never seen him before. I've never seen him. It's just funny I love it when people are looking at a camera, and it's just the thing that just hits me is his daughter looking into the screen, looking at her father, look at the screen. But there's no eye contact between the father and the daughter, looking at her in the eyes and saying, you know what? Look at that food, taste that food, savor that food. That food you are lucky to be eating, because some people on the streets, they don't have no food. They have no roof over their head. You should be grateful for what you have right there.
OG, you and I have had these conversations. This is why I say there are people who are content creators and people who just make content to make content. They make content just to be relevant, and not because they have shit to say. He's like, let me make sure I'm relevant, so I'm going to talk about anything, which is why I can sit there and be shopping at Walmart. I can sit there and be taking a shit on the toilet, and I can sit there pretending like I'm actually teaching my daughters a lesson. They barely even fucking said a word to my daughters because they don't actually have anything to say.
Yes. He
Imagine if he was. Sorry, go on, dude.
No, go ahead. You can go ahead. I've said enough. I've said a lot.
I was going to say, if you imagine, let's change the situation. You could say, on the streets, teaching my kids to be humble where I came from. And imagine you were homeless, for example. And then what you do is you go up and you look at yourself on the screen and you put the phone up next to a homeless person and you smile and you go, look, girls. And you're looking into the screen and they're looking at the screen, you looking at yourself on the screen with the homeless. But you go, look, girls, look as I give some food to this guy. This is where I came from. But you're just not, you're missing the point. He's watching himself. And they're watching, you know what I mean? It just doesn't sit when people do this shit. If you're going to teach to be humble, you don't put it on camera, full stop. You do it privately, you do it intimately with your kids. You know when I say intimately, I'm not talking about like dodgy shit. But
I can tell you why, Dave, because it was already said this is the reason why we had to look at Amber Rose for a while. No talent is the new talent.
It certainly is. And I have none. Look at me. I have zero talent. But it's the new talent. I agree with you. I was lucky, man, when I grew up. But the one thing I don't think I could ever do, I mean, you have to do it silently and you have to do it privately. I think that's how you teach someone to be humble, not by looking at a screen, getting adoration and attention from people. That's narcissism. That's not humility.
And not paying attention to your kids while you're doing it at all.
This is like him. The bearer of bad news, but you guys know any place now in the United States that
good with your brother?
A 7-year-old doesn't have fucking a cell phone or a camera is nearby somewhere? This is actually the society we live in now. We might as well accept it because it ain't going anywhere.
I'm trying to figure I heard you lift off. I'm just wondering where you're going.
Yeah. It's the idea is that now cameras are all of a sudden bad, except for they're everywhere and they ain't going.
No, you're missing the point, Josh. It's one thing if you're out in public,
like listening to Brick or some shit.
And somebody hold on. It's one thing if you're out in public with your kids and somebody catches you walking through their fucking screen while they're taking a picture or recording something. It's another thing entirely altogether when you're using your kids as a prop to grift off of.
Why? A lot of people do it. Turn TikTok on.
It's one thing. It's one thing to be in the bathroom washing your hands and having the phone accidentally go on. It's a whole nother to have a conversation while you're taking a shit.
Right.
This
Equally, people lie all the time now, so we should just accept lying. So people lie, and we're in a culture where everyone lies and everyone lies. So we should just accept lying. Yeah, I get you, man. I get where you're going with that.
Hey, look, dude, he's a fucking Fed. You can't take Fed serious.
You don't understand the boundaries of this? Like, there's nothing? Like, what? Really?
Everyone smokes weed now, so we should just let our kids smoke weed. Yeah, gotcha, man.
Oh, I don't say
wait a minute now. There's no cannabis hate up here now.
With the weed slander.
Wait, who slandered weed?
I might let you slander a lot of things up here, but we don't slander the cannabis. So
I know, man. I'll just give it up. I'll just give it up after like what, about 30 years? 30 years.
We licensed over here, man. As long as you got a license, hey man, you free to talk your shit. Now, people who do it illegal, I ain't got nothing to say to you now. But if you got a card, hey, you free to roam over here. I don't care.
But it's a good analogy. It's a good kind of parallel if you look at things that are accepted. But because something's accepted and widespread, does that make it right? Do you see what I'm saying? That's my point. Is that, you know, just because something is common, like everybody lies nowadays. Truth is very, very few and far between. You won't find it people telling the truth very often. So is it we just accept that and just let everybody lie?
Dave, I'm gonna say something is gonna be very contentious, right? The fact that if many people have accepted it, unfortunately, that does make it right. That's how we build societies.
I don't know if it makes it right.
Yeah.
I think we have to define
whether you like it. That is your personal perspective, but the perception among the majority and majority rules. That's how we get laws.
But we might disagree about what is right and wrong. I think we might disagree about where morality lies. You know,
that is a matter of personal morals and perspective. That is not the perception of the masses.
That's why you have a different view about moral. I believe in moral objectivity. I believe there is an objective right and wrong.
I love the fact that you say moral objectivity, but you know what you don't have? Universal morals.
Damn.
Let me think about that. Let me think about that for a second.
Yeah, that's how we got us all last night on this discussion.
I know it just sounds like a bit postmodernist to me, but I'm going to have a little think about it and dwell on it.
I've been thinking about
I believe
it for
morals come
24
from
hours
God.
now.
I believe morals come from God. The law is set down by God. So.
Where do morals come from to those that don't believe in God?
And there we go.
Yep, that's a fact. That W.
If their morals don't come anywhere but from God. So if people who don't believe in God, they don't have morals. They just have personal preferences.
Let me reiterate the point here. It doesn't particularly whether you like what he does or don't like, right? There's something to learn from this, even if it's the case that you learn what not to do. It's up to you what you want to pull from it. It's still going to come down to each and every damn one of us that watch this shit.
You know what, Josh? That's the first thing you said that I halfway agree with.
Well, it's always been that way with JP, right? The only reason the fucker's relevant is because he's hated by apparently almost a vast majority of people.
Why is he hated, do you think?
It isn't that he's hated. It's just he fucking does ignorant shit.
Even Flora hates him, right? Well, I don't know if that's true.
Well, she has a reason to. She married the dumbass.
Question that as well, right? But I mean, it is what it is. This is what people do. There's no difference in him, although his age, I kind of find a little bit more shocking, right? But TikTok is full of this shit with kids doing it. The fuck?
How old is this dude anyway? How old is he?
He's in his 40s. He's in his 40s.
He's 40 going on. Dude, he's 40 going on 13.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not a grown man doing that. That cannot be a grown man.
Hey, yeah, we're going to get back to this video, man, because I still got to get to this other one, man.
I want y'all to even get up. Let me see. Y'all can read it. Oh, there you go. Matthew said, lay off the crack. Man, anybody never did no crack food. Rasbo said, can't nobody live in her house for free. But the problem is, it used to be people that they let you live there. They charge like $200 a month. Like my cousin one time, I stayed with her. I gave her the rent money. She go buy some new clothes with it. Then when rent comes, she don't got it. Now she looking for me to pay some more money. Sometimes that's a good thing, not a bad thing. Yeah, to stay with yourself.
Yeah, teach your kids how to go to the gym, brother.
Black Beauty say everybody is out here trying to make it. Why do grown ass people expect for someone to take care of them? I don't think nobody ever said nobody expect to take care of them.
Bullshit.
I don't think I ever said that.
Dude, the government funds his glizzy cart.
Fred said there's no fish in this cat. He's entitled. Y'all always come on some punk ass YouTube titles and shit. How do you get feeling entitled when I lived in the streets, motherfucker? I didn't feel entitled nothing. I didn't ask nobody for shit.
You just got back from asking somebody for a free meal.
You literally just said you ate at that homeless shelter for 12 or 14 fucking years.
Dude, and he just came back from asking someone for a free meal.
Yeah.
Well, the question me, Snowman and Resler wanted answered did not get answered.
Right.
So this is he just gonna have the rest of them. I'm pretty sure if he ain't talked to him in a whole hour since they've been eating,
He's not going to.
He ain't about to do it.
No.
Because by then you're gonna end up getting into a conversation on what these people is online. You're gonna start arguing with them, and then you're gonna forget all about that. Then it's gonna be the next day. So I don't see it happening.
1/10 of the time reading to his kids as he does fucking broadcasting on fucking YouTube.
They probably got to log on to his YouTube channel just to see him and talk to him.
Well, definitely, if y'all go back and watch it and y'all ever see it, see a point where he do talk to them about it, let me know. I'll make sure I put him some justice and play it whenever I have a next show, just to show that I did find it and play it, so it won't be no, because he definitely didn't do nothing that I thought he was gonna do. So it goes back to the question of I know we disagree with it, so his methods of doing all that was what? Just to get clout, just to get numbers, just to get what?
Yeah.
Get donations.
Okay.
Do you think it's an addiction? Like, do you think it's an actual addiction where people do this and they turn to like groups of people for validation?
Yeah, it's narcissism. It's narcissism. I mean, you should watch. You should watch his Christmas content. His kids got more presents from people in the audience than they got from him.
That's a fact.
No, because everyone knows that Santa Claus delivers presents. But yeah, don't stop breaking my beautiful fantasy about Christmas.
Dude, he cleaned up that day. He did so well that I think this year I'm going to try one of them streams and see if I can get everybody on YouTube to buy my kids their Christmas.
Oh, this nigga here out of line.
Why?
I literally think somebody sent him the tree and the ornaments.
They did.
Do you think the kids in any way, like, do you think they benefit in any way? Like, I know it's easy that we as adults can look through the eyes and see what he's doing, but do you think it could in any context benefit the children?
Yes.
I think that all he's doing is teaching them how to be relying on someone else when they get in a pinch. And then what happens if something happens to where those safety nets are no longer there? He's not taught his kids how to survive without relying on someone else for their own survival.
I agree.
I think he could be teaching his kids how to read.
I think the video of his children is used or assist in monetizing feeding his own kids. So there, yes, it helps.
Along with the generous couple $100 he gets for a month from food stamps.
Yeah, however it takes place.
The grift is strong with him.
Yep.
Is the grift right or wrong, do you guys think? From your own perspectives.
Depending what it's used for and meant for.
The fact that he could work a full-time job.
Joshua, have you watched? You've watched JP, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I know JP.
Okay.
I know JP fairly, a little bit.
I don't know what kind of money he's making here on this, but what I can tell you is there was an episode where he made his child. He took $20 from her because he said she owed it to him.
Yeah, he's done.
Oh no way! Serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's done all kinds of stuff that's questionable.
Right. So how can we say
this
that?
Ain't even is he be bollocking ignorant?
Yeah, but the question is it real or not?
Well, at least she learned about debt. She learned about debt, didn't she? Lending and borrowing.
What you said was he's doing all this to take care of his kids.
No, I didn't say he was doing. I don't know why JP does what JP does. I know that he just does it.
Right, but you said it's able to help him.
Yes, he draws just from YouTube alone, just from donations. He draws a penny. Is he getting rich? Hell no. But he also owns a business. The last I heard, his business license got suspended, but that doesn't mean it might not currently be open.
He never had a license.
No, he actually did. Strangely,
yeah,
enough.
Anton helped him get one.
Yeah, it got suspended. It might be reapproached. He got nailed for some weird shit.
Yeah, now, serving like unhealthy food.
Was he honest about how it came about, or was he honest about how it got shut down? I had no clue. But again, that's the thing is we're sitting here watching a dude that basically with a selfie all around talking about whatever. Now, whether you believe the guy or not, that's up to you. I personally, if you have a camera on, I don't believe in reality.
I don't even think he owns that truck he talks about.
Yes.
He's talking about the food truck.
Yeah, I don't think he even owns that.
Yes.
Because the man who actually owned it asked him what happened to my lights.
Yeah. There's it's a yes. I'm not giving away too many details, but the answer is a yes. It's just not going to be what you think it is. But that's how YouTube operates.
He's renting to own that. Dude, he's probably renting to own that motherfucker like he's getting it from Rent-A-Center.
Okay,
call it what you want.
so there's the reality. It's not real.
Yeah, he don't own the title.
No, you just said that we just don't know. Yeah, so it's not.
It depends on what part you're talking about as real. You guys are focused on the.
I'm talking about a physical fucking food truck.
You're the one that's being vague, Joshua.
Like on the truck.
That's what feds do. They're always vague.
The truck is real. Is the business real? Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't know what the status is now. I haven't looked him up in a long time.
Josh, are you slow, Josh?
I was talking about.
So OG will never know because there's always going to be somebody that's contrarian. It's going to sit there and try.
He's using typical Fed interrogation tactics.
No, it's not real. I'm going to say it's not real. You said it's fake or not? I think it's fake.
Damn, John the
I think a lot of this.
Let's go with you, John.
What's up, fam?
I think a lot of
I knew it had to be this guy. I can't stand
John.
What's up?
Hey, John, you're the one that came before Jesus. Fair play, my brother.
Yeah.
Wow. Before Jesus. Wow.
Praise the Lord, though. Praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord indeed.
The only thing he's baptizing is demons.
Y'all out of line.
Hey, no, Jake. What JP doing up here?
Oh Lord Jesus.
My God, John the Baptist is actually a pretty wholesome dude.
What's up, my guy?
How's it going, John?
Rolling,
my
man.
God, why? How are you so hated, sir?
John the Baptist exemplifies everything that's wrong with the community.
Oh! You mean I'm a white pookie out here having baby mamas?
Yeah, sir. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what's wrong with the community. White pookie out here having baby mamas. Gotcha. Let's roll.
Only being married once, having 2 successful kids, and owning his own business. Damn him.
Dan, you got it right the first time, John?
I like to think so, sir.
That's just what he. I don't trust this Negro. That's just what he's telling people.
I'm only telling the truth, sir. I know you, JP. You can't help yourself.
Look,
I'm only telling you the truth.
The truth or your truth, John?
It is the truth, sir. There's only one truth.
Absolutely, only one truth.
No, I admit.
I'm telling you the truth, are you, John?
Dude,
you are telling the truth.
I straight up admit I'm a pookie like a mother, or a reformed pookie, rather. But I don't have the government pay my way, sir.
Not the pookie.
Yeah, the government is your wife. I will get it. You got a wife. You pimping out your wife. I got you on this one.
Hey, that's work.
I got you.
So I work, dude.
You work and making her work. I got you. I'm good.
Dude. I'm her fucking foreman, her supervisor, her pimp.
Hey, let him live his soft boy summer.
You go, girl.
You know what? He's doing it right. He's not living out the government. I gotta give him to that.
Hey, John, if you could drop your email in the back for Resla, pretty please. We got to do a show, and I have to apologize to you.
Okay.
It's about the question, the damn question of a choice.
Yeah, we had to talk about it. That we should have a discussion on it.
Yeah, and I owe you a big apology, actually.
This motherfucking cracker admitting he's wrong about something.
Yeah, we had a
absolutely.
No, man, we had a long.
You see, OG, crackers be crackering, OG.
No.
Never give a Fed your email.
We had a
Everything was said
long
in
talk
English.
about it.
Dude, Mayo, I'm more inclined to believe what you're saying. I think he's just trying to weasel some information out of you to
No,
fucking pin you down on some shit.
We literally had a long talk about it, and he actually finds us up pretty quick because he had to try with me, and John has some favorable points, so that's why.
I'd still tread. I would tread lightly, dude, because he's still a Fed at the end of the day.
Hold on, JP. Hold on, JP. I mean, JP. Hey, JP.
That's a whole motherfucking fact.
I'm really concerned because Rusler said I got some valid points. Now I'm really concerned.
Well, he was having a particular conversation of a stance that you had, and as a Christian nationalist, he was trying to. So I had to play devil's advocate, and at the end of the day, he did come to a point where he got caught, and he was like, "Damn, I should really talk to John." And I said, "Yeah, you should."
Can I be in the background as a witness, because I really want to hear Joshua grovel
and admit he was wrong. I respectfully request. I respectfully request the same thing Mama just requested.
We'll do it.
There needs to be multiple witnesses of this taking place, otherwise Josh will deny it.
He absolutely will. You know it.
It is absolutely worthy of a conversation, and I think I can even break down exactly why.
Shut up! Don't get ahead of yourself.
Don't trust this cracker. Don't trust this cracker.
Not just a cracker, but a cracker fed, dude.
Hey, Lawrence.
John, he's just trying to put the bracelets on you, bro. Run. Do not comply.
I don't know the problem with y'all had with Josh. I don't have the same problem with Josh with y'all do.
Are you a snitch?
First of all, this is how you know it should have been real. I had to again, not that I have a problem with it, but I literally defended the side that he was trying to go differently against you on, John, and I managed to actually sway him.
Okay.
Just saying.
Yeah, but I've never had a problem with Joshua. I mean, not the way you guys talk about. So, whatever experience y'all have, I don't know, it's a little bit different.
Well, sir, they're criminals. You're an honest person, right? That's the difference.
Wow, this
well, isn't that the fucking pot calling the kettle black?
hey. My
we'll see who's the real criminal here in a couple weeks when your fucking business or your little department you work for gets audited by Elon, motherfucker.
I am looking forward to the day.
That's a whole fact.
I'm looking for the day too. Trust me, all of us taxpayers are.
I want to thank you guys for the paycheck for the last 16, 17
taxpayers
years.
have funded your fucking Ladyboy farm for how many years?
Damn. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
you can thank me for my service, and I'm going to thank you for the paycheck.
You go, girl.
Well, it's about that time. It's about that time to get a little ignorant. So, we're gonna play this bitch here that I got back here. Hopefully, you guys like it. Make sure you pay attention to the story, and let's talk about it. I think we're gonna have fun with this one. May not be for everybody, but hey.
In the hospital, Leo stupid. Listen, here, go ahead, play it.
I'm turned on, but nah. So I'm like, who the fuck is this? No. Listen. Because bro, you don't never want to let nobody talk, bro. But you hear me? It's stupid. Cause you pass. What you do? What he gave you some? He gave you some pills, son. Why you pass out? That's God, bro. Let you pass out at the side of the house and know what the fuck to do. Why didn't you just call the ambulance and send you there? You could have at least said, "Oh, I was with my friends. I was over here." Yo, dumb ass with a nigga that don't even know how to cheat, bro.
Because you were calling.
Bro, this motherfucker called me like, bro, your girl passed out of my house, bro. I'm like, bro, who? Nigga tell me like, Robin, bro, you did what, bro? How long you been fucking with him? You still gonna fuck with him after this?
Oh.
Cause you first fuck around need to know somebody else that know what the fuck they doing, bro. You cheat when niggas don't know how to cheat. That's dumb. Looking stupid, bro. About to die over some man. My phone turned.
We got a few things.
That's funny as shit.
What's your thoughts?
That's funny.
Why is she still his girlfriend? Number one. That bitch would be alone at that hospital.
That's a whole thing.
She must have that got 3000, man.
I don't know, you can see the look of guilt written all over her face, or maybe I'm just mistaken that I don't give a shit kind of look for guilt. I don't know.
That's just a typical black woman resting bitch face look.
Okay.
She a black queen. What the hell are you talking about? She a black queen.
Yeah.
Damn.
You're still not, dude. All you're doing is validating what I said.
Low standards.
Yeah, well, the black woman is God. Leave her alone.
So we got the part that she cheated. She ain't shit. She look all fat and rusted, looking in the bed. She looked guilty. What else did we get out of that?
Well, like it's his girlfriend, so he doesn't know.
And his homeboy ain't shit either.
Yeah, he needs better friends.
No, that one is homeboy. He said at her side dude house.
That's her side dude.
Yeah, she got
but her
told.
side dude was the one who called him and told him she was passed out there.
Really, it's his own damn fault because he should have. Look, it's his own damn fault because he should have did a better job.
Didn't know how to perform CPR or nothing.
It's his own fault. He should have did a better job training
the drug in the
girl.
bed.
I mean, most heroin addicts don't carry Narcan, so
that's a whole
they'll fight you if you try and give it to them.
She's saying heroin. Really, it was dick.
They don't want to take.
How
they
is
don't
it
want you to take their high away.
So we out here drugging people now and don't know how to save a nigga from having a drug attack. That's what we're doing now. So we don't read up on our drugs no more, people.
Sir, not everybody rolls around with an adrenaline shot ready to go.
OG,
niggas ain't smart like we used to be back in the day.
Right.
OG, you've watched all these videos we have, right? Where a black person gets shot. The only thing I see anybody pulling out is a phone.
No,
and
that's
that's
the whole
usually
thing.
to take a video, not to call 911.
No, that's the whole thing.
I
And
ain't seen
phones,
one
and
pull
you
out
can do
tourniquet.
multiple. Dude, you can do multiple things on a phone now too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like catch the next viral video.
Wish this is catching because this nigga done.
I wonder how many side dudes this chick broad has.
All of them.
What did she do wrong exactly?
Your mama.
She went over some other nigga house and got drugged and then almost died. And they called the nigga that she was with.
And how
To come
is
pick
that
her
wrong?
ass up and take her to the hospital.
How is that wrong?
On whose standard? His or hers?
I don't know anybody's. I guess.
Oh, it's a lot going wrong. He wrong for drugging bitches just to smash. That's stupid. You need to
on that Bill Cosby grift.
Well, I don't believe in that type of stuff. If you got to drug somebody, bro, just to get the back, that's crazy. That's something wrong with you. But
Don't shout out! Don't drug people. Use chloroform.
That's called a predator.
Well, I'm not even gonna do that. Yeah, exactly. So we're not even gonna go down that way of talking. But if you want to go there and make yourself look crazy, that's on you.
I'm already crazy.
But if you want to say to another point to where this dude here is retarded for being, I'm with Mayo as soon as he said it. I don't believe this nigga is smart enough. Nigga, you was still in the hospital. I wouldn't even be there. I've been trying to figure out what
I don't trust any black man that look.
I've been trying to figure out which one of my bags I'm gonna use to throw all that shit in and throw it outside so everybody can come and get it.
Well, first off, I don't trust a black man that curves the bill of his hat like he's a white man.
What's wrong with his cat? You know what?
I was just about to say this. I was just about to ask the same thing.
This curb bill hatred has, man, we got to end this shit, right? My God.
That's white people shit. Black people don't do that, sir. He can't be trusted. He's a
Why
fed.
can't black people fucking curb their bill?
Yeah, I'm about to say that's racist.
I have never seen a black person curve the bill of their hat until that cracker right there.
Oh, well, there's an example of one. Okay, now you've
No,
seen
I'm
it.
dead
So?
serious, dude.
Are you serious, man?
Yeah, every black person I've ever seen wear a fucking cap that's always straight and it's still got all the stickers and shit on it. Hell, half of them still got the fucking UPC on them.
Leave me alone, sir. Leave me alone.
That's a okay.
Sir,
Okay,
sir,
it's a
half
difference
of them
called
still
a
got
fitted
the
hat.
anti-theft tag on them. What are we talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah, that's a fitted cap, bro. We ain't talking about fitted. That's not a fitted.
Dude, that's a fitted cap. It's a one size fits all.
No, bro, it's not a. Okay.
Dude, a ball cap and a fitted cap are the same thing.
Wait a minute. Wrestler, you still hear my good stuff?
Say again.
Are you still here? Okay, here. Can you please explain to these niggas it's the difference between a fitted cap and a regular what you want to say, a softball cap? Yeah, snap cap.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
it's a difference, sir.
Absolutely a difference.
I don't.
There
Well,
isn't
I mean,
that much of a
literally,
fucking difference.
It's in the name.
Dude,
Yes.
it's really not that much difference.
No. There's
What?
absolutely
The only design difference is it has a strap on the back.
Wait. First of all, the strap cap, what we're talking about, is literally their name. Fitted
Strap
cap.
and snap.
Wait, stop. Adjustable cap.
Okay,
Why?
What's that matter? Why are we having a discussion about the caps?
Because you know what? Because one is a one size fits all.
Ninjas want to be ninjas.
I wasn't even. I was talking about the fucking bending of the bill.
Yes, bro. And that goes with the point. You don't
the only
bend
reason
it.
we're talking about the cap is because you're the only one that brought it up.
Yes.
Yeah, to be fair though, if you have an afro, if you want to grow an afro, like he doesn't have an afro there, you need adjustable cap if you love your cap. You want to get the afro, you need to adjust the cap. That's the way it works.
But he's not talking about the adjustment of the cap. He's talking about why the top of it is bent like that. And I'm trying to explain to him, bro, if you're wearing a fitted cap, nigga, you don't bend the top, bro. It's a fitted cap. It's supposed to be.
Dude, every fitted cap, dude, the hat you see I'm wearing in my avatar is a fitted cap, and the bill on it's bent.
No, you bent your bill. People who
right, that's what I was sitting and saying. I don't trust a black dude that bends the bill on his cap.
That's not okay, but that's not a fitted cap he got on, sir. He just got a regular cap on, sir.
He has a regular cap. He doesn't have a
What if he's
fitted.
a dishonest cat wearer and he bends it to
So
fold
what?
all of
People only bend fucking fit. Oh
No.
Okay,
They don't even bend the bills on adjustables. You know what? Also, they bend it.
That's my fucking point.
Wait, trucker hats.
Well, in California, they definitely, they bend the bills on the caps.
Because I own trucker hats as well.
I'm sorry.
But you know what bills I do not bend? My fitteds.
Yes, bro.
That's
You don't
because
supposed to
white people
bend
do that shit.
No, oh my God, you're supposed to be in baseball caps, bro. With the nettings or the regular caps with the you bend those.
Let me tell you what bills are bented. Baseball, tennis,
every fucking cap.
No,
no,
not
fitted. No.
Hey,
That's
look,
where
I'm
you're
telling you
messing
what
up
white
that
people
snow,
do.
man. That's what I'm telling you, bro. It's where you and then if you go
And
around
that's
the
why I'm
world,
saying, dude, that's what, dude, then my fucking my critique should fucking resonate then, because what I'm telling you is white people do that shit.
and all the white people I know,
That's a
bro,
whole
they
fact.
fitted hats, bro. All they fitted hats, bro, do not get touched like that, bro. They do
That's
the same
because they
thing.
ain't white, they ninjas.
Sir.
Those are baseball players. What are you talking about?
Telling you, man. Let's get ignorant. Let's get ignorant.
No, man, I'm just gonna hold to city limits. I don't know any white people that bend their fitted caps.
I'm telling you, bro, that is
Shit, Reza. I'll be over here in California.
You're an anomaly, bro. I'm like, I ain't never heard nobody say no shit like that.
Dude,
and I was told that from a white boy.
What are you talking about?
Come
I
to
live
California,
in the
you'll
heart
see
of
that.
Indiana, and everybody in Indiana bends their cap.
Bro, the first time I went, look, let me tell you how
all
nigga
12
I am.
people.
Let me
Yeah,
tell you
all
how
12
nigga I
of
am,
us.
bro.
Wrestler, OG, come to California. You'll see it.
No. I'm gonna tell you how much nigga I am. When I got around white folks, even my hats that was bent, sir, I made sure they were straight. Until my white homeboy told me the same thing that I'm telling you right now. You know, you all hats don't supposed to see in your head. You think all hats supposed to be bent. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing wrong with that, sir. And I thought all hats supposed to be straight. So I can get where you're coming from, but understand when I got told that it was a different form of hat because the fitted hat's supposed to be straight. And then if I'm going to wear, like Reza was saying, a trucker hat, a tennis hat, or a baseball hat, again, they're going to have to be bent, bro. And most of the time, bro, I figured that most people who work in construction is the same fucking way, bro. Underneath the motherfucking hard hats, what do they do with their hats, sir? They bend them.
They bend them.
And they don't be fitted caps, sir. They be what kind of hats, Snowman? And I had to learn that, bro, because working at the places, I was straightening my hats, sir, looking stupid.
This is the first time I've ever heard that shit, that you don't bend fitted caps and you bend baseball caps. First time I've ever heard that. Any hat that has a bill on, any hat that has a bill on it, you bend them. That's all.
There's one more cap that's also bendable. It's called a pool cap.
What the fuck? Let's get back to this dumb black dude up here who let some bitch fucking fall out on heroin somewhere.
That's a fact.
And fall asleep on some dude's dick.
The sad part about it is that fitty cap, it doesn't matter if it's basketball, it doesn't matter if it's baseball, it doesn't matter if it's hockey. They do not bend that low.
Wrestler. Let's get back to the video. Be all right. You won.
I was just trying to make a joke and it turned into a fucking debate.
That's what I'm saying.
No. Listen. Because, bro, you don't never want to let nobody talk, bro. But you ain't.
Y'all go with that calling your little la-las bro. And bro.
It's stupid. Because you passed. What you do? What he gave you some? He gave you some pills, son.
So she passed out, but you don't know why she passed out. So, damn it, you can't get a clear answer.
Why you pass out? That's God, bro. Let you pass out at a side house and know what the fuck to do. Why ain't you just call the ambulance and send you there? You could have at least said, "Oh, I was with my friends. I was over here." Blah, blah.
So he didn't even call the ambulance. Again, the side dude called your goddamn phone and you ran around there to pick up your little la-la. Well, I guess as you should, but
your dumb ass with a nigga that don't even know how to cheat, bro.
Now I don't like when you do that right there. He said that your dumb behind is with a man who don't know how to cheat. That's where you got it wrong at, pimp. He's not the one cheating. He's blaming the man for not knowing how to cheat when he's not the one who is cheating.
That's fact.
Bro, this motherfucker called me like, bro, your girl passed out in my house, bro. I'm like, bro, who? Nigga tell me like, Robin, bro, you did what, bro? How long you been fucking with him? You still been fucking with him?
One good thing that I can say that you did not have a fight with that man. So I applaud y'all for not fighting. You know what I'm saying? That's a good thing. Don't be fighting about that monkey. Don't fight about that monkey. Fight that monkey. Don't fight about that monkey.
Cause you first fuck around need to know somebody else that know what the fuck they're doing, bro. You cheat when niggas don't know how to cheat.
You got to stop with that believing that the man don't know how to cheat. Yo little la-la don't know how not to pass out at a side dude house. That's the problem. Hell, if anything, you probably need to teach her how to cheat.
That's dumb.
What has the world come to?
That's wild. You got to teach a lady how to cheat properly.
You go with that, bro.
What has the world come to?
Well, if it's not getting properly done, when is another way to do it? Because she must have been learning from her homegirls, so the homegirls definitely ain't taught her right. Whoever else she didn't learn from,
or her mother or aunt.
So what do? You go by action, sir. Do you have to go out there and prove to her that you can do it 34, 50 times before she find out one, and to be like, okay, well, this is how you do it, or do you go?
Well, the first thing you do is you don't go out and cheat and not out on some dick. I'm just saying.
Take all the good morals out of here, sir. We're on demon time, sir. Just say if you was out there knocking boots with everybody, what would you tell this person who's going out there getting
Don't
drugs?
do heroin and not out on the dick while you're doing it.
I don't know about this, man. I can't not have the morals in this.
I wonder if he even put her panties back on.
Probably.
You hear me? Left him over old boy house.
Oh yeah, you know.
Definitely needs to be exorcism.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know how they do. They say it's this real. I'm asking y'all. So could this be real or could this be fake?
It could be either.
Could be both.
I mean, if it was fake, I think she would put up more of a fight about it. Like, why are you telling people this?
Yeah, she does kind of look ashamed.
Yeah,
more so ashamed that she got caught. Not that she did it, just that she got caught doing it.
Yeah.
Probably ashamed that she couldn't handle her drugs. And nodded out on some dick.
And yep, that part.
On some drugs, huh?
She gnawing on that thing. The long ways.
Oh, at least now he knows how she gets her drugs.
Yeah, that's a fact too.
I mean, that's who taught her to cheat.
He probably also knows why. He probably also knows why she gives him penicillin every other month too.
Heroin taught her how to cheat.
Heroin taught her how to nod out on some dick.
Same thing.
Yeah, they ain't gonna do nothing. They ain't gonna do you right.
So basically, what we saying, what we teaching her is, first of all, she need to learn how to cheat better, and she needs to learn how to do drugs in front. That's the main thing we need to be teaching,
She
right?
needs to learn how to handle her drugs
Tell 'em,
properly
John.
and to cheat better.
Go ahead, John. I got you
was
going
saying
on
it-
this, John.
This what we got. This what we got to teach her, right? We can't teach her not to do drugs and not to cheat. How about
do it right?
Go ahead,
How
John.
about
Do your thing, John.
how about
John,
yes.
should you have to teach somebody the default setting?
Apparently in this day and time we do, Mayo. Mainly, I guess we do.
Yeah, you gotta put them up, put people on their right path, sir. Some people is destined to be for the streets.
Mm-hmm.
For the streets, sir.
Them
For the
streets be hollering.
Can't make a housewife out of hoe.
Yeah, bro. Some people just made for the streets, and why put them out there in the streets for where they gonna get ate alive? At least give them an opportunity. Ain't that what we was talking about earlier?
You don't put hoes in the house. You put hoes in the
way.
garden.
Yeah, you gotta teach. You gotta teach them, man. You're doing bad for yourself. This is how you do it.
Yeah.
Man,
You know what I'm
you
saying?
just want to
You don't
teach one.
believe in
You
that,
just want
John?
to teach one.
You don't believe in that, John?
John,
We gonna
we just want to
we gonna
teach one, John.
We're gonna teach her Jesus. That's what we're gonna teach her.
Oh, that ain't gonna work.
That's gonna work.
Oh, you definitely on demon time.
Sir,
on
she
Jimmy. I
was
can't
she
have
was
that.
already on her knees, but she wasn't praying.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah, we're gonna change who she get on the knees for. How about that?
Oh, going to church on Heron ain't
What's
gonna
that
do
song,
nothing
OG, you like yesterday?
to
OG? That song you like yesterday?
Dropping it low for Jesus. She's dropping it low for Jesus.
Dropping it low for G on the knee. On the knee.
No, that's the whole fact.
You just got to praise the Lord. Keep
Well,
God in your life.
even if you don't, you still got to make something out of it. I mean, what John's saying is he being sarcastic, but I mean he knows what it is. He ain't. He know he ain't. She ain't godly like. She ain't ready to go. She ain't gonna do nothing but go in there and corrupt all the people in the church.
Oh no.
No shit.
That's what she was put here to do, sir.
Yep.
Going there
And-
giving
and
everybody
guess
that
what?
devil
The preacher
head.
gonna be the
Nobody
first
want
one to
that.
hit it. The preacher gonna be the
Nobody want
first
that
one to
devil
hit
head.
it.
Nah, the
Messing-
deacon's going to
messing
hit it
up-
before the preacher
messing up
do.
these homes. Some people in there ain't strong like John the Baptist. Some people in there weak. They're gonna be
So,
tempted.
but somebody got to be the one to plant the seed, and somebody got to be the one. You know what I thought about that? No, man, forget that.
Yeah.
Let that go. Let that go. Let go.
There's gonna be a lot of seed planting around now.
Go ahead, John.
Somebody got to
Got
be the one to
somebody.
give them the Holy Spirit through the mouth.
Got to Almighty. Oh my God! I just thought, y'all not gonna let that ride. Anyway, though,
Yeah, that's the whole fact. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
We forgive you, John. It's early.
no, it's actually a Bible verse, but I know y'all gonna twist it up, so I just let that go.
And she get passed around. You see, within the congregation.
I want to hear this whole
she
twisted
gonna
up
grow.
Bible verse.
You know what I'm
She
talking about? I know
gonna
what
have
you're
all
talking about,
kind of
John.
hands
You know
laid
what I'm
on
saying?
her in that church.
Yeah. And you're taking nothing but a little nurturing, huh? What did they say
She's
you
gonna
need,
take the
John?
sacrament.
Yeah. What do you need, John?
They're
What
going
do
to
you need
exorcise
be
the
in line
demons
of-
out her
of
vagina.
taking in your blessings? What do you need, John?
You know what? I'm gonna let y'all ride. Yeah.
Okay.
I said.
Okay, I'm
I
just
said
making
my.
sure.
I
You know
said.
what I'm saying?
I
He
said
said,
my
I
two
said
cents.
what I said what I said.
I said what I said.
Hey boys, I'm gonna dash. God bless you all. Yeah, thanks for having me up, OG man, and take care. Have a good day, everybody. Take care.
Oh,
Yeah?
you too, bro. Appreciate you coming in.
God bless you all. God be with you. Bye bye.
All right.
Yeah, listen, guys, I gotta dash as well.
Yeah, so I'm at the 4-hour mark, man. Y'all might as well just give me a second. I'm about to drop everybody down. Appreciate everybody that was coming through, man. We got to get up out of here. I'm kind of over my limit anyway. I need to get in this bed. So
over the ignorance.
Oh, that's a whole thing.
Hey, it was a wonderful.
I got you here.
Hey, you know, it's a whole fact, bro. We're gonna leave y'all with a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Let me see what I want to leave out. What I guess I can. Yeah, we'll do.